There's Hero.
Coming back?
I lost connection there for a second too. Got frozen. And then, you with us, dude?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, dude. That connectivity issue sometimes, dude. I'm having issues on my end as well, to where it's just like every other few minutes, I have a little uh, pop up that says lost connection. Hold on a second, and I was freezing this morning, so I get it. I don't know if it's restream or what, but
Do you know
I'm gonna.
what's funny? I think the best connection actually is now 300.
He is, dude. He is, dude. I swear he is, bro. If you have 300 in your quarter, you are doing very, very well.
Yes, the best
Also,
internet connection
also
now.
has the best connection, so he's always available.
So yeah, so let's talk about the results. There hasn't been an official post about the blog about the finalized results, but I'll just talk a little bit about it because we just sort of audited it, and maybe let me screen share. I'll try
Yeah,
to demonstrate what I
absolutely,
mean.
absolutely. Let's see if we can pull up that screen for you. All right, so Hero has his screen here. I'm going to pull this up. I'm actually going to stop sharing my screen
Seeing
and
it?
change up the format here. Boom. All right, so now we have this post from the Stacks Foundation. Voting for SIP 33 has concluded with 99% of votes in favor for Clarity 4. The community is clearly looking forward for faster execution and a smoother developer experience. It will become even easier to build Bitcoin apps on Stacks. Awesome.
So the important point is these are sort of the early results. I mean, they are pretty close. Like there's like less than 1% differences, but we just like to make sure that the results are completely accurate, that we're accounting from the right block to block, and remove any, because some people like double spend almost, like, they double vote from the same address, even though really you can only count once. But if people send two transactions for whatever reason, we need to make sure those are not extra counted, right? Or double counted. So anyway, so we offer like the when it closes, like a super early result, but these results are unaudited, so to speak. So we want to go in and do the final audit. So as you can see, like the total votes about 208 million or so. So what I've been doing over the past couple of weeks is to coordinate with people to audit the results.
Okay, so let's see who is voting what and where. Okay.
Yeah. So you can actually, so every time that when the result finalizes, actually go in and ask like different people to audit the final results. And what I do at the end, once it's all verified, so I put like the information into GitHub so that it's like written in stones what they are, the number. So this is what I wrote, and I'll turn it into a viewable form, easier for reading. And what I do is I actually add it to SIP33 as a section down here, and it's called activation status. Basically means the voting results. And we recorded 209 million votes with a lot of the overwhelming majority saying yes, 250 saying no. So these are all like audited results, so that you can trust like this is fine. And we would post a link for you to verify yourself here. Cool.
Yeah, sick. I like the idea of being able to verify like who is voting for what. I think that it's good data as well to kind of see what people do like from the SIP process, what they don't, what is being proposed, and then you can go back and look at that again, you know, and you
Mhm.
kind of see what the community wants for stacks. I like it.
Yeah, like I said, the foundation post is like early results, so the unaudited, and after auditing, this is the actual numbers. And the 250, I just like to share, actually was a testing transaction from the block survey developer, the developer of ballot.gg. He initiated one transaction to verify the no function actually works on mainnet live. You know, we can test in testnet, but we want to also test on mainnet. So actually, if you remove that 250, it's actually 100% yes. No single SCX said no to this proposal.
I was about to say, like, who doesn't want a more secure, you know, contract layer for Bitcoin, right? Like Clarity 4 upgrade also like includes post conditions on the contract side, which could make it safer for the builders to develop
Yeah.
as well as users. You know, so safer all around.
Yeah. So the answer is no. Nobody
Yeah.
voted against no.
Okay.
But I also don't want to say to the public that on chain, you know, if somebody goes in audit, they will see the 250 STX. So if I wrote otherwise, like if I just wrote 100%, it wouldn't be accurate from an on-chain footprint perspective, right? So what I do is just make sure, okay, these are the recorded results of the votes, you know, on-chain. I will make a note here to say, actually, that is not a no.
Right. It wasn't even a real no. It was a test no. I
It
get
was a
it.
test no to make sure, you know, no is available for the rest of the public, you know, no hiccup on mainnet.
Because
So
99% is like, it's like it seems like as good as it can get, but whenever you have a test transaction that says no, just to kind of make sure that it's working and like that we are getting like yes, like a resounding yes from Clarity 4, was a good idea.
yeah, so I would say for all intent and purposes, this is 100% pass, you know, despite the on-chain footprint of the 250 tail. So it's a big success. You know, look, we only require 80 million as a minimum to turn out. We have, you know, 209 million turnout. That was really good. And yeah, and you know, I think the community was well educated on this. Do you feel like that, GP?
Yes, I definitely feel that Clarity 4 was discussed in many Stacks DeFi shows and different spaces across the board. We spoke about it in multiple weekly SIP calls that happen every Friday around like 10, 15, 10, 20. I definitely think that the community was educated on the SIP for sure.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
really good. That's good here. I think it will be another example that we can look back to and say, yeah, we want to emulate some of these quality of education, awareness, engagement, etc. You know, these are some of the standards that we need to set for the rest of ours to come.
and I know that
So
it
yeah,
gets a little like wonky whenever you go into incentivizing people to vote, but
Mhm.
reputation, right? Like some type of like, hey, you have your SIP deputies, but like you're also like a community member and you're going to vote. What if that mattered and it was tracked, right? Because it does matter being able to go and participate in the governance of our chain, our ecosystem, our home, essentially. Your vote does matter. So uh, different profiles showing how people are voting would be really, really cool to see.
That's all idea actually. How people. Um, I always envisaged that because the reputation is the most. I mean the most obvious place is their authority platform.
Right.
Like if they have all the community leaders profile there and having their proper reputation, um, then I think this could work on there. And
Well,
you vote.
what if there was a soulbound NFT like for each SIP that whenever you send that transaction, you get a soulbound NFT that shows yes or no that you voted on that SIP that is connected to that wallet forever. And that way, you have those different metrics that are connected to that wallet that can then be displayed on some type of UI. And yes, zero authority is the most obvious answer to bring the SIP process to. And Hattie, good morning, dude. I just wanted to say
Oh,
good morning to
nice.
you, brother. Happy Friday. Yeah, I just brought him on, and I hope that high frequencies are surrounding you, brother. How are you doing this week?
Hey, gents. Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt. It was when you're dealing with GitHub, you need all the focus. I didn't want to interrupt anywhere. I wanted to make
Yes.
sure everyone understood each step
Yes.
because it's not the easiest place.
It's so
But once
weird,
you know
right?
it, it's okay. When you know it,
Yeah,
it's
once
okay.
you know
It's
it,
just
it's okay.
non-intuitive.
It's totally not, and I don't know if that's gonna be changing anytime soon. They are not meeting where the consumers are, so I think it's a necessary tool, almost like the consumer have to learn. Unfortunately, and I know like when you have the D grounds on GitHub, it can be difficult to get hand of it at the beginning, but I can probably assure you that after a year, you'll get hand of it.
Yeah, I think I like GitHub for simplicity's sake and for transparency. So although it's
Yeah.
difficult in the beginning. I think it does add value, but definitely some UI UX changes will help it. I wanted to touch on what Gigapepper said about the voting. I think the voting thing, I'm sure there's something easy fix there, but soulbound, I think I'd avoid at this stage. The reason for that is recovery of wallets. We have an issue around recovery of wallets, and reissuing that will be an issue. But I do think that because it's on chain, any protocol on stacks can actually point to it and it will sit in your wallet. And an NFT is the easiest thing to do, and you can track, which I've had conversations. If the NFT is transferred, then it becomes null and void. So if it moves from the wallet it first landed in, it then becomes null and void. So it actually doesn't count after that. So it would be pointless to sell it or to move it.
Yeah,
so
what
that's
you
the only
could
problem we
have.
have.
Yeah, you have to have some kind of recovery source. I don't think we need everything like fully decentralized at this point. If somebody loses a wallet, and let's say Jack, okay, just take him as a most extreme example. He's a legitimate community leader. We want to see that he voted for SIP33. After he voted, he got the reputation badge. He minted one or was just automatically given after he voted. He loses a wallet after that. Like all his voting history will go down with it. So somebody else should be able to easily reissue all the things that he missed into the new address, as he verifiably give to a central authority. I think it's fine, like having a centralized recovery service uh, until the tech is more mature. If the tech can be more mature, that he already assigned 5 people that he trusts and 5 verifiable community leader, and then that 5 variable community leader, after his wallet gets lost, will be able to confirm Jack's new identity address and get it reissued to the new address. That's all good, but we don't have the tech there yet. So I don't think we have to have a perfect solution as of day one. So we can simply just have, um, yeah, like a formal verified authority to issue the badges to the people, or
It's
via
on its way. It will be there. It just takes time. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Yeah.
I like hint hint nudge nudge. Hint hint nudge nudge is based. I love to hear the announcements of announcements without being announcements of announcements. Lots of fun.
So yeah, just to round off the first topic on the first agenda. Yeah, SIP33 has been audited, and I posted onto the GitHub now. Hattie.
Yeah, so I just I wanted to touch base on the call summaries. I noticed that you can't comment on them.
Oh,
Foundation.
yeah, that's weird. Give me a second.
Because on the forum, like, it'd be nice if you could comment on the forum. That was all. So I wanted to say, like,
I can't imagine like you can't comment. That's really weird. Let me note it down and trying to get back to you on that. Stacks forum cannot comment. Okay. Yeah, that's really strange. Okay, the call summary. So you mean this one? You can't comment on this?
Yeah, I couldn't comment on it because I wanted to say, like, oh, this is awesome. I could just like it, but I couldn't comment. And I thought it'd be really cool to comment on it, because if people have got questions, we can continue the conversation. Like,
do you mind
offline.
Share?
So maybe Gigapepe could share his screen and see if he could comment.
Yeah. Why don't I stop sharing and then you guys take over?
Could you drop a link to exactly where you would like me to like go check out? Is it in the forum? Is it in like the?
Yeah, it's the forum. Yeah.
Is like another thing is that I don't think people know exactly how to get to the, like, it's forum.stacks.org, right? So I guess we just need to like kind of shine a light on that a little bit better. But yes, like, if they're gonna stick with the forum, we need to be amplifying it as much as possible.
I think it's also seen as a place where you have lots of great conversations on X, but at some point it will be lost in the sea of crypto information. So how can you take some of those stuff into a centralized Stacks specific information hub? And this is like one of the better places.
Oh, there's a reply. Oh, okay, so there is a reply button there. Then when I was looking, it just wouldn't let me reply.
Yeah, it's gonna have me sign in with GitHub, Discord, or with a passkey. Let's see here. Okay. Authorized. There we go. Welcome. Sign up. Save that for now. All right. So if I'm able to go down to reply again, I'm not. Let's see. Let me just say this is a test. Make sure GP can reply. Just to make sure. Okay, so also needs to be approved here. That's another thing. Is like I get it. You want to be able to control spam, right, to a certain extent, but also, oh yeah, well it popped right up. There you go, and then it was approved.
I just approved. So yeah, you are able to post.
Okay. Cool.
So Hattie, what challenge are you having?
Oh no, it was just when I saw it when you first shared it last week. I popped in and I wanted to just say like, "This is awesome," and I couldn't seem to reply. But maybe it was just a glitch that it was so new.
You want to give that a try now?
Yeah. Okay.
GP, have you posted before?
Yeah, I've posted before, but I don't think under that account. I was just doing that on the fly, just for the sake of the show, get it done. I think I have it. I think I've signed up under a different email. I posted underneath the endowment tip. So I have not a whole lot, but I have before. And I think it was under a different account, honestly.
Okay. I'll just pin that quick reply. If you want to reply like properly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just
No
reply
doubt.
some.
Let's see. So just a quick review of the SIP right here. You know, we were covering SIP 33, the smart contract language for version 4 clarity. Let's go.
This is for last week, by the way. I'll write up a new one for this week.
Okay, so this is just for last week's clarity 4 SIP. Let's see. Clarity 4 is an awesome innovation that, here, close this out, that keeps not only builders but users safe. And
So yeah, it is working here. I don't know why it didn't work for me last time.
Maybe because
Maybe it was-
there's a cool period after you signed up.
Yeah, because I literally got the notification and then I went to go and have a look, and then I couldn't reply because I wanted to reply to it, but it's there now, so all good.
Mhm.
It's working.
Awesome. Yeah, it's important that people are able to write. I understand there's some. I think because like this year something happened. Some span was kept replying after every 5 seconds, so we had a bit of issue with that, and we had to constantly remove new posts. So then the wall went up a little bit more. But anyways, so if you guys hearing people having problems or you yourself having problems, just let me know.
Absolutely. You know, I'm trying to think of a way to get people to engage in the forums more, right? We had this discussion a while back about how you know, your average user isn't going to the forum, right? And that was kind of one of the bottlenecks to getting more activity in the governance here in the ecosystem. I know that Diego and Dylan and the Bitflow squad actually took it to Reddit. Have we ever thought about maybe making a SIP Reddit?
No.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the maybe if we were to do it in Reddit, you have that downvote, that same type of system. You know, you can go in and like a comment like this, right? But you can also downvote it. You can like and downvote it. So if you don't agree with something, you can go and downvote it or upvote it in Reddit. You know, I don't know.
I think Reddit's good for having other conversations, but perhaps from the foundation's perspective of trying to control and have some kind of place where it's there and they own it is probably more important at the moment. Because Reddit could get locked out, or could be something could happen and then we lose all that information. So I think from the foundation's perspective is trying to have this information so that they can make sure that it's open and transparent for everyone and it doesn't get lost.
That makes
But
sense.
we can always link a Reddit to it. We can start a Reddit conversation and link it into the forum.
Okay, that's sort of circle back to the second thing on the agenda, which actually relates to Hattie or the Hattie's effort. So if I screen share,
Are we moving on to Bitcoin addresses?
yes. So I don't know if you've seen the post from Larry. So Eric asked, any updates on Larry's proposal? Larry replied that so far, X number of people have read, but he basically wants more eyes and feedback on his post, especially like permanent wallets. So I just want to sort of highlight this as something that we can almost like draw for this specific proposal, because it's not exactly like a clarity full proposal. It's something that needs to be adopted a little bit more grassroots level from a wallet provider perspective. But wallet provider are probably like, getting a feel of how urgent this is and stuff. So it's a bit of chicken and egg sometimes with this kind of stuff. But yeah, I just want to sort of draw a little bit more eyes to make sure every week now I say full to review at the end of the meeting notes. And I would say this is like one of the key sips that people should go and read. So Hattie, I don't know if you have any thoughts on this. What can we do to accelerate and advance this process or get more eyes?
Yeah, well, I pushed out a post on X about it as well, calling out again the 3 wallet providers.
Yeah.
I know that Xverse is heavily focused on other integrations, so this is probably not top of their priority list. Leather obviously has some things happening at the moment as well, so that's again probably pushed down the list, and Insignia is the same. So Larry has had conversations with all of them, but there doesn't seem to be an impetus on it, or a strong, in their eyes, a strong enough use case. So I think what I wrote down was that I think this is going to help it. It makes it easier for the user from a user perspective, but more importantly, this is about onboarding users from Bitcoin and beyond. So this is really about trying to consolidate and make it easier for people to work on a Bitcoin standard. So I think there's just Boom's obviously already taken it. So Dan and Resh have already got elements of it in Boom Wallet. So when that comes out, so it's really just working with Larry on communicating this more effectively, the pros and cons, and getting some. We just need one wallet, really. Boom's got it, one more wallet, and I think then once users move to that wallet.
So do you think like having like a quick demo of the live working process using Boom as an example could perhaps help them to, or help consumers and other wallet provider to get the concept or the pros and cons to be better if we just had one wallet doing a demo?
I think having a wallet, using it, will show the use case and people will start to understand how easy it is to send. I think the biggest problem we have currently is that the narrative for Bitcoin isn't loud enough for this to be a priority.
Can you double click on that?
I just think that not enough people are from the Bitcoin side are going to necessarily are moving on to layer 2s. So we just need to say, why is using a Bitcoin address convenient? Why is it better? And then why would I need it on, say, stacks? I think that if the Bitcoin address becomes important across all layer 2s, I think that's where the secret sauce is for what Larry is proposing for wallets.
So you mean like not just stacks, but the whole every other layer
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, so if I'm a Bitcoin maxi, or I'm a Bitcoiner and I have Bitcoin and I want to put it to work, it makes it easy that I use just one address interoperably across all layer twos, the same as Ethereum. So if you look at Ethereum,
Oof.
if I move on to Arbitron or I move on to
Yeah.
Optimism, I use the same address.
Yeah.
So if we can, that's what I think, that's where we kind of need to push the conversation forward. So perhaps this might also be a Stacks Lab proposal to try and build out that we can get this across multiple platforms.
I think
So
it's a
layer
really long
twos.
shot. I think it's a good idea.
Well, that's how you get adoption, and that's how we onboard. We make it seamless for somebody to dip into DeFi on Stacks or to dip into DeFi on whatever other layer two, and then if we could get Lightning addresses to map to it as well, then I think we've really got the secret sauce. So I think it's more of like a Bitcoin as an ecosystem and as an economy rather than just stacks. So it won't gain traction here as much unless we can make it a central point.
If we have a centralized authority on layer 1 and centralized authority on layer 2, and almost having like a union of layer 2,
mm-hmm.
If we did have some of these more collectives, I think it's probably more likely.
Mm-hmm.
But where we are today in Bitcoin is layer 1 are too busy arguing about forks. They don't really care. Anything else going on layer 2, they literally don't care.
That's the problem.
Even the non-maxi people, because the non-maxi people on layer 1, they are focused on their layer 1 technical upgrades. They're not really thinking about layer 2s.
Mm-hmm.
And the layer 2 people we don't have like an Ethereum big daddy to coordinate. And whereas in Ethereum world, they do look to like Ethereum as an organization to coordinate the interoperability of layer 2. And Ethereum layer 1 foundation and various people working in around Ethereum, they are actively as a centralized push to getting them more interoperable by coming up with standards. But the reality is we don't have a Bitcoin layer 2 consortium of some kind, which makes this kind of effort just ever more challenging in the Bitcoin world. So based on that, it's not going to happen anytime soon. So the best chance that we have practically would be to adopt it at the stacks level first and to show other ecosystems that this is worth having and worth thinking about. But our specification is not done in a way where if they do adopt, we have to make big changes again. It's that maybe we leave it open that, okay, so it's working really, really well in stacks, Bitcoin addresses, and if a Bob or a Starknet or a BitVM Citria layer 2 wants to adopt this thing, they can easily plug themselves into this Bitcoin address mapping standards, so that every chain can have their own resolution to the Bitcoin address, and it wouldn't have any conflicts between all the different layers.
Yeah, so that was where I was saying that we could go to Stacks Lab to build this out, where you would have more interoperability across other layer 2s. The Bitcoin address, the view was Stacks to take the lead, as I said, and that's why I wrote there that it's Bitcoin and beyond. If they can, if wallets adopt it, they're going to actually open themselves up to opportunities across layer 2s rather than just on stacks. But stacks can lead the pack as such. So that was the strategic point I was looking at.
Yeah,
Which is
yeah.
what
It's
I'm
just
trying to. Yeah, I have to sell it to wallets. So that the point is you have to sell to wallets.
It's an interesting SIP because it's not the typical like Clarity 4 upgrade SIP. It's a SIP that has a lot of different moving parts in order to get it activated.
Correct, but this is it's that opportunity gain for wallets. So what Larry's proposed makes sense for users, but it's also an opportunity for wallets, and it's just about how can we display that opportunity to wallets, and how can we see if we can get one? Can we show adoption in that one wallet, and the other wallets will follow?
Yeah, I think the most practical way that we can support these SIPs, just thinking off the top of my head, like spitballing, would be, I think, a few elements, like getting awareness of it. So we should probably post more about it because Larry is probably busy doing, like technical stuff. So the non-technical people, the educators, the marketers, stepping here and do more content, but also that Boom Wallet, like whenever they get their stuff live, adopt this and shows working example either in testnet or in mainnet, that we can then have the content people take the clip, have some content around it, like written stuff, to promote it and to demonstrate using real examples. Because I think sometimes the challenges is when you don't have something to see in front of you, it's a little bit harder to convince people. Picture says a thousand words, and clips it's the same. So I feel like we get that demo videos of Boom Wallet or a wallet using it to add to the toolbox of the marketers. I think it will be much more powerful convincing case than just keep posting text threads about it.
Yeah, agreed.
What do you think?
Yeah, no, as I said, it's Larry. As you said, Larry's a busy man, so it's his perspective on this is that he's created something. He thinks it's a good idea. He's obviously openly said that he was opposed to using Bitcoin addresses in the early days of stacks, but now he can see that the use case is becoming stronger for it, which I see as well. Strategically, stacks has a huge opportunity to be able to lead the pack in this, and obviously the wallets that are currently here to help them branch out across the layer 2s, which obviously allows for liquidity.
Mm-hmm.
So there's
GP. Hello.
Yep.
Sorry,
you
just
said GP.
A bit of lagging here. No, just wonder what GP. Do you have any idea how we can actually get more engagement or visibility for this SIP, GP?
I think that yes, like we need to do some more social campaigns surrounding this SIP. Guys, I gotta run for just a moment, but I'll be right back. Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. So just to round this off and to finish it, this is a non-consensus breaking. So this is not going to change at a protocol level. This is literally just about how you want to use the Bitcoin addresses, and the adoption is required by the wallets in order for this to function. So without the wallets adopting this, obviously it's dead in the water.
You know better than me, but I would just space from Resh. I think that it's not in November. So if they do launch it this time, this side of the year, we can get a little bit more content. So I guess this SIP is a little bit more of a slower brew. But we would hope that then Boom Wallet will be the first to adopt. Do you have any timeline on that?
Yeah, well, as I said, Boom is not taking the full functionality, but they are taking parts of it to start with. Obviously,
Oh, really? Okay.
yeah. So Dan's already incorporated some of what Larry's got into Boom Wallet, so it will be there on launch.
That's really good news. I didn't know that.
Oh, okay. So Boom is got parts of it in there, not in its entirety, but Dan likes it and he supports it from Boom Wallet and Resh. So it is in Boom. He's not going the whole way with it because obviously, again, they've got a limited budget and a limited amount of time. So functionality, they have a limited amount of functionality based on what Larry's doing for the first version of the wallet. I don't know the timelines precisely of when Boom will launch, but I know that it will be in there. And that's why it's really trying to work with the Signa and with Leather and Xverse. Leather might be the easiest, potentially. But again, as I said, all of them have their own priorities and we're trying to work around their priorities. So like Xverse, when we first came out with it, Xverse were launching on Starknet. So that we were put back of the queue because Starknet was coming out. And then I think, what have they got now? Spark. Now Spark's out. So we keep sitting behind. And as we understand, the wallets need to have revenue streams. And this is potentially not deemed as revenue generating upfront. So they're really focusing on adopting new protocols, which helps us because all the layer 2s they bring on for Xverse, for instance sake, if all of them take on the Bitcoin address as standardized and they do all the functionality, then that's easy for us. So it's an easier way to sell it to them later on. So Xverse is not opposed to it, Leather's not opposed to it, and Insignia is not opposed to it. None of them are opposed to it. It's just about timelines and what their priorities as businesses are, because they're all businesses.
Yeah, I totally get it. Cool. Well, it sounds good. Like Boom Wallet is adopting it partly, so that'll be a step number one. We'll see how other wallets adopts. Yeah. Is there anything you think that we should be doing in the meantime?
In relation to this?
Yes.
All I will be doing is
or you or the community. What would your call to action be specifically to the community about this SIP?
I think the best thing to start this with is Larry's obviously already done 2 promos of how this works. So he's already shown how it works. He did a video where he basically he did a transfer, so he showed how it worked. And then the second one was he was actually on a live stream on DeOrganized Media and did it. So maybe we just need to put those things together and put them out again. And obviously just keep telling the community of how this works and how it helps. And then it's really about getting the wallets we need to talk in the language. So we started off by talking about users, but now I think we need to talk about what the benefit is to the wallet. So if wallet providers pick it up, then the users get the instant benefit of it. But we need to talk in terms of how it's going to help wallets on board. So it's just changing the narrative of how we discuss it. So it's having more conversations with the wallets.
I'm just making some notes.
Yeah.
So you said there's a clip. Larry's videos here. There's another clip in DeOrganized.
Yeah, we had him on DeOrganized, and he ran through it as well. So I think he's been on DeOrganized twice now, if I remember correctly. But I mean, I can always speak to Larry and get him on again. It's just the time zone, so we just need to get him on.
Yeah, I think it's just with him it's always very different with different SIP authors. With him specifically, it's always been to do with time zone.
Yeah, so I mean, I can work with Larry to get some clips. We can do some stuff offline, and then
maybe that's a good idea. I mean, let me see. I think I posted a clip here.
Yeah,
here is a video playback of the DeOrganized. So there are 2 clips here.
Yeah.
So I can, or you can, or I mean, this is where the responsibility Like, I don't know exactly who should be doing this. It's not directly falling under my responsibility. My responsibility is to do the SIP calls. Let me have a catch up with the foundation to see, whether the SIP deputy should be responsible for this, or is it internally, like the Stacks Foundation should be responsible for promoting this kind of stuff, or at least leading the coordination effort on getting the social side, getting the education side more up to date with advancing any particular SIPs.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so it actually would be good to have a mapped out process. So we've got kind of the bare bones of how we get from talking about it, the ideation of it, all the way through to creating it. But there are some pieces missing in that process, especially around the social side of it.
Yeah, I feel like there are a few different things that I'm seeing like pop up across the timeline. I saw Rube's post a little bit about the STX Legion. I don't know exactly what that is, but I'm interested in seeing what that is. The board, maybe there's some way that we can link in these different SIP social campaigns with other ones, and we can have like a handle just for SIPs, and then maybe like an entity just for the governance. I don't know, like the social aspect of governance.
I think there is a governance handle, a Stacks governance handle, isn't there, Hero?
No, I don't think so. There's a Stacks community handle, and there's Stacks organization handle, which is Stacks Foundation. There isn't a governance, but the challenge with, maybe I'll ask you guys a question: what is governance? Because SIP is part of governance, and at what point do you want to draw the line? You said Stacks. You mentioned Stacks Legion, GP, which a lot of things can be argued for or against being classified under governance, and that's one of the challenges as a Stacks Foundation also has in defining where is the actual line with governance. So if I put the question back to you guys, what do you think governance is? Like D-grants, is it governance? Is SIPs governance? Stacks Legion, these kind of social campaign efforts, are these governance? What is your definition of Stacks governance?
Working collectively as a group to make a decision, right? That's kind of governance, right? I mean, I feel like like what I was getting at was like these social-fi campaigns. Maybe there's a way that we can connect with them and then do a joint campaign with like known, like say BitFlow has their testing going on. Maybe with their testers, they could tell them like, hey, we have this SIP coming up. We had a SIP going on right now, and then make a point to get the things that are going on in the ecosystem talking about like, well, hey, if you want to get early access, make sure that you get your vote in on the SIP or something. I'm just spitballing here, but just trying to contribute some way to get more participants in government or governance.
Yeah. So actually, there lately has been a community marketing.
Yep.
So even Diego was joining there, and the lead on that is Brandon from Stacks Labs. So he was basically offering people to surface their, let's say, help that they need to promote their stuff. So I could see like us getting the SIP onto their roadmap of things to promote or collab with them.
Yeah, see, I agree. Like, yeah, let's do it. Let's talk to
So what
right.
about
He's
Hattie?
head of like community over there, right?
Hattie, what about you? What do you think is governance? Or
I think governance takes ownership of the format in which you govern the chain. So it's like GP said, it's ensuring that all parties have a voice because Stacks is open and transparent. But it's making sure that you have the structure in place and that the structure is looked after, essentially. So SIP forms a part of that. D grants, I don't think forms a part of that. I think that's outside of scope of governance. I don't think funding is a part of governance, although funding is important to ensure that governance takes place. But I don't think D grants is an integral part of that. But I do feel that marketing is a part of governance. So in other words, governance
really?
needs to have marketing and it needs to have education, which is part of marketing. So you need content creation, you need marketing. And I think we have shared services between the foundation and Stacks Labs. And I think you can have a shared service. So you can utilize both. You know, the foundation or SIP or governance can utilize the services of Stacks Lab. But I also think governance is around keeping everyone in check in a not in a centralized way, but in a way to make sure that we can all cohesively do what we need to do and that the chain functions. So I think governance is about prosperity of the chain and its ethos of what it started with. So it's like having a constitution and it's there. The governance part is to ensure that that constitution lives on in the way that it was meant to live on. And any changes are managed in a way that allows every participant and everyone in the ecosystem to have their voice and have their say and to make sure, like the voting, like with ballot, everyone had their opportunity.
Yeah. These are probably some of the conversation that might need to be had with the foundation about, because they are also thinking about what is the definition of governance, because by knowing that more precisely, they will know what they are responsible for and what they're not, and then they can help to drive the things that are responsible for, and the things they aren't can be sitting with Stacks Labs or whoever else. So I think that some of the clarity around what is governance to the foundation people, what is governance to the community people, will play a part in how foundation interacts with everybody else, with everybody in the ecosystem.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the foundation was, and the foundation was created upon an ethos of an open internet, wasn't it? So the governance
Yes.
element is ensuring that prospers and that it continues.
Yes.
And governance is very much about process and very much about creating the laws by which the ecosystem evolves and being and adapting to whatever the change is.
Yeah, I think we should hire you as a governance head, Hattie.
But we need to. But yeah, we need. I think the governance and the foundation are going to be vitally important in ensuring that Stacks Labs is successful, because this is two parts of a bridge. And Stacks Labs needs the foundation needs Stacks Labs. And as long as you have a healthy tension between the two, I think the ecosystem will prosper, because we have the community.
I'll give you one example. Is recently, as you've seen, I've been trying to get the goals like a little bit more documented or aware. I think this is just a first point of contact. This is all about getting the process a little bit better, getting transparency a little bit better, the information out there, so that people can get more engaged, and maybe like ways to join the working groups as well. But it's not like a lot of some of these efforts are more hosted by the Stacks Labs people. But I'm here to almost as a complimentary service to the Stacks Labs people. Say, hey, how about you focus on doing the calls? I will help you get the marketing and information out there so that people can feel like they have a place to engage. So this is what we are starting to do at the sort of side, and me as a service provider helping the foundation to drive more transparency and collaboration, let's say. So yeah, but I would love to, if it's working or if it's not working, how can I or to help the foundation achieve its goal that you perhaps you just said. So if there's any other suggestion or efforts, I do welcome you to or let me know.
Yeah, as I said, I like the weekly SIP review. Like the recap is awesome. Because if people
What do you
actually
like about it? What do you like about it?
I like that it's short and I can read it, and it's everything's there that I need, and I can click on things if I want to dig a bit deeper. But I know the gist of what's happened on the call. So for me, it makes sense. It also shows points of contact. So, and I know where to go and look for information. So not everyone has time to sit through an hour call.
Yeah,
and having a recap is really, I think, is a really good another way to communicate to people.
Yeah,
and I think as we move into the age of AI,
yes,
these things are going to be vitally more important, because it means that I can pull my feed and get my highlights package for the day or for the week. So I'm thinking out long term, obviously.
Yeah, I think even as Stacks AI Guild, we were talking about how can we get these information into AI, which one of the things that will get brought up, hopefully I'll remind Blockface, is getting like an API from Stacks Forum so that we can leverage the data here. And you know, like we have the SIP call, we have the working group. Clarity working group is actually another call that try to surface some of the information. And what I plan to do is, if you can 10 working group calls of the week, I'm gonna make it into some sort of stack snacks for these calls, for the working group calls, which could include like town hall calls and maybe grounds calls. So you have a list of 5 to 10 these kind of group calls. You don't have time to join, but reading all of the individual 10 posts might be a little bit too much for you. That's fine. I'll consolidate into like a weekly recap for like a top level. So just the key spotlights from each call and the key call to actions from all the calls of the week. It's like a weekly summary of all the working group calls.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
I mean, the more content, the better at this stage, and then we just see what works and what doesn't work.
Yeah, and then you're able to kind of go back and have like a visual representation of the different things that transpire during these calls. I like that. I also liked what you did with the Notion that you did for DeOrganized. Is there something that we could do for or no, it was a Figma for DeOrganized, kind of showing the what DeOrganized kind of the metrics and all of that stuff. Is there something that we could do of the same like something like that for
which
these
one? Which one? The Sigma? You mean Canva? Which one you mean GP?
Figma. So you made a like.
You mean the Canva?
Yeah, maybe it was Canva.
Impact report.
There you go. Thank you, Hattie. Yes, this right here. this annual D grant. So maybe if we did something
Okay.
along the same lines of maybe something like this about each sip, with visual representations, it could be a little bit more engaging. Because this was very, very clean. I think this looked very great. Like it was awesome. It's awesome. And then even some branding surrounding these sips too, right? Like the sip
Branding.
having some type of logo that represent like that you can put on a post
Oh,
that signifies that this is about a sip, something that is improving stacks, some type of logo that represents the sip process.
some logo representing the process.
Yeah, so branding. So GP's talking about branding, so it's easily visualizing that when I see this in my feed, I know this is SIP.
Yeah.
Just like you saw that D Grants logo up there, and it's like,
Oh, yeah, that's true.
you know,
I didn't think about that. That could be one way to. That's a good idea.
yeah. So something.
We could see how it goes. Maybe the worst thing is goes nowhere, but maybe there's something there.
Yeah, maybe it's just something that is eye catching for the individual, and that is like the starting point to getting them engaged, right? They're like, okay, and then they start associating that logo with all the sips, and they automatically say, well, hey, I voted on this sip, and I saw this logo again. It means that it like gets them subconsciously ready to vote again.
And lots of people are visual, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking to like a very, very visual person, so like,
Yeah. And also, like the Stacks Egg Guild, if we didn't have a logo versus we have a logo, now people can go and create like various more engaging content using the logo.
Yep. And then you have
it's
Google
not really the logo needing to look pretty itself, but it's having that logo so that it gives the people the opportunity to start messing with it, and in the process of having fun and messing with it, they are engaging with the SIP process unknowingly, let's say. And maybe that's how they start to, okay, well, I'm putting this logo on, but what is this even?
Exactly, like maybe get them to like dive into it. Maybe even like I like the ideas of bounties, of course, for the SIP process. Just talking about what it is. But if we have like a Google Drive or like just an assets folder of SIP related like templates where you can slap it on here and it'll make your post look like this, and this is your base template, would be good. That way people can easier go make content about it.
Yeah, it's almost like treating it as if it was like some kind of guild or some kind of meme coin community, and you actually find ways to grow this from a social perspective. Which is probably a little bit more challenging than the meme coin, partly because a lot of the information comes out of the GitHub, and we need to somehow make it simpler and socialize it. But I do like the direction where we go with this. Probably worth exploring in 2026, which I can probably speak to Foundation on.
Even having like a SIP mascot, like some type of character that is like, Sippy is getting ready to go vote. Are you?
Yeah, I mean, before what we did was we used the community animals as mascots.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like the idea though, like leveraging the community's mascots rather than the SIP mascot itself.
I do like it too, but like if you're able to have like some character that represents a SIP, you can put them with the community characters, and then like
right, I see. Yeah,
handshake, and it's like, oh well, this represents the SIP. This represents.
It'll be Mother Teresa then.
That is being involved in the SIP.
Do you know what? I like the idea where we're going with this. Gonna try and bring it up with foundation on this. They might not see it the same way, but I think maybe by having a few successful examples might actually show them like, okay, this is actually not a bad idea.
Yeah, dude. All we can do is try, and this is the thing: is the people that show up every single day, they they're showing up every single day, man. We give them a task and they're gonna run. So I love the idea of making it a bounty, and then like somehow like get the community involved in creating something surrounding the SIP process, and then they're already like they're engaged, they're involved indirectly, like you said, even if it's not like the governance, the voting, that the like, but they've contributed to the SIP process in a different way, and maybe that, like you said, is what gets them to look a little deeper and get involved on a deeper level.
Yeah, I like all your ideas. I wish we had a working group of some kind for SIPs or governance. I mean, we do have, but it's caps. Yeah.
We will get there one step at a time, man. I think that these are some good ideas to run by the foundation. Just kind of see about it, see how they feel about it, and then approach it one step at a time. When is the next SIP? Set to be voted on? Is it this? Do we have another SIP this year, or is it Q1 next year?
I think I might need to catch up with foundation on having them needing to find out when the Fridger SIP might be available to be voted. I think it's being hashed out pretty well. In fact, let me draw eyes to that SIP as well. So it's Fridger SIPs, and you can find it out, but I'll just go to Stacks Forum first. It's about improving stacking, SIP 32. And you can find it here in GitHub. And yeah, just go and take a look at this. But the dates is a little bit unknown. I think it might not be this year, depending on how busy everything is, because it's now coming close to the end of the year. We are 1 month away from Christmas. Lots of people will be tuning off. So I doubt it'll be this year. I think it could be the other side of the year, probably in Q1 or Q2 at most.
That makes sense. So, get ready to vote. Is what we should be pushing, like these social campaigns, like getting into, if we have a little bit of time until the next one, definitely. That way we have some momentum, is because then we still got a couple months here to use that for. So I like it.
So can I just jump in? Hero, you asked both Gigapepe and myself about what governance we think governance is.
Yes.
I'm keen to hear what you think governance is, and I'm keen to hear what the foundation thinks governance is.
Yeah. Good point, Hattie.
I will say from my perspective, I thought DeOrganized was governance because we are governing the fund. We're governing the process of which we deployed, how we interacted, had a lot of governance elements. Whether you classify it as governance or not, the way we come together, we did it pretty decentralized approach. We lived the ethos of governance during the DeOrganized process. So I personally have considered that as governance. Because like in a government, you would govern the budgets of the fund. So in DeOrganized, we're just governing a budget of a particular size fund. It could have applied to intern process, intern grants. It could have applied to hackathons. It could have applied to D grants. But the governing of budgets for me was a governance process, and the SIP governance process again is a very heavily governance process that I would consider as governance, and the SIP process itself, and also I would also go as far as how the nodes software works, uh, being able to access a node, to run a node, how easy it is to document, to spin up a node in stacks is also part of the governance process, because you can have all the votes if you want, but if the mining side is not decentralized, if the node software side is not decentralized, if the SBTC custodial voting entities are not decentralized, that side also need to be governed. That side also need to have continuous governance eyes on it. So I would classify those as governance as well. How people contribute to the network itself from an infrastructure perspective, mining or nodes, etc. So these are the three big areas that I would consider as governance. I never thought about marketing was governance. It just didn't come to my mind before. But I'm hearing what you guys are saying. Marketing could be a form of governance. It's almost like you could argue like marketing budget or marketing strategy could be a form of governance. People coming together to decide that. I think Treasury committees fund how they deploy it. You could also have governance around that to ensure like the funds are deployed correctly, without any foul play, or just have some kind of oversight. I would call that kind of oversight as governance as well. Yeah, so that's my personal perspective.
And the foundation, have they given their perspective?
No, I think Foundation currently is now refocusing from everything that else that they've been doing over the past 5 years to governance, and now they are also just discovering the details of what they would personally consider as governance. But from the knowledge that I have, they would definitely consider SIP as part of the governance. They might consider all the different working groups as governance too. And for example, how the caps rotate, how the caps are voting, similar way to how the Treasuries committee are formed and rotates. That's also part of governance. So imagine if governance cap is new today, who should be in it? What are the criteria to get into a governance cap or technical caps? And who should serve for how long? That kind of questions would be on their radar for governance, but from a SIP process perspective.
But everything starts with a SIP, because that's the constitution. And then
Yes.
out from that, you'll then have working groups which help to facilitate into like a think tank to think about the things that we may want to change. And then those will be brought to community, which would then vote if consensus or non-consensus. Potentially it's strong enough that you need to have a vote, even though it's not consensus breaking, to change rule set. Is that it's like a government, essentially, governance.
I like your framing. Like we have the working group, like the community marketing working group. They could form some kind of direction and decision about what to promote over the coming weeks and months. Yeah, I think that could be right. And then that I said, like you have grants almost as also like a working group, if you like. that can decide the future fate of funds as a think tank, if you like. So that's why I also consider D grants as part of the governance process, stemming from the constitution that you're referring to as from the SIPs.
Yeah, I mean, maybe D grants needs to be a SIP and it's formalized on how it's done so that it can be truly owned by community. Just like SIP 31.
You could have a D grants cap, let's say, because we have governance cap, we have technical caps. So you could have like a D grants cap. GP.
Yeah, what's up?
So, Hattie, just to make it more concrete, you could have a D grants cap. And that would formalize a committee that oversees D grants as a fund. But will D grants continue to exist over the coming year or two? Probably yes. So it's probably worth thinking about forming that as a cap to oversee the operation or the fund.
Okay, so you're saying the working group would work. The cab would work well, but why would it be a necessity for SIPs? Or you're saying use the same framework as your governance for considerations to manage D grants into the future?
Yes. So you have SIP 31 as the funding mechanism. And if I think of a branch out of SIP 31 was to manage community fund, but then you have a D grants cap overseeing that community fund.
So your stewards would sit inside of the cab.
Sit inside of the cap. Whenever we wouldn't activate D grants cap when we have a Larry vote, right? A Larry SIP that comes along, it wouldn't be relevant. But
so would cabs be what we refer to? So we've got stewards and we have advisors / mentors. Is the cab going to be the mentor?
Run it as a working group too. It's just working group doesn't typically have the actual final decision power. They are advisory groups, so to speak. They are not like a decision-making group. The difference between CAB and working groups is that the working group don't tend to make any financial decisions or SIP process decisions, whereas a CAB does have that stamp of approval power on a technical SIP going through. But you could just argue that working group currently already operating with decision powers as well, but just not in a SIP governance capacity. They are doing non-SIP work, and then they are making non-SIP decisions.
I like the thought process for it. I think it just needs to be thrashed. Like from a government perspective, it's really good. It also gives you a double check on. So it's not just on reliance on the foundation and reliance on stack stabs or reliance on the stewards. You've got a central party that can keep, and then you have a way to maintain momentum as well. And you can create your own framework that you can put in as a.
Have a think about that. I mean, it's all new, right? Everybody is sort of new to this, new under the new sort of world, post SIP 31 world. How do we collaborate efficiently and effectively? This could be a good idea. I'm not saying it's a good idea, but I think if we hash it out a little bit more, put it to the test and see how it goes, it might actually be a it might form a new official process that's fairly decentralized and fairly effective. It needs to be effective.
Well, it means you're going to retain expertise related to the formation of grants programs. That means you can build more robust grant programs in the future because you're retaining the intellect and you're having that open discussion.
Sometimes having an official title does help. It's almost like who is in the governance cap is really clear now. But if we say who is in leading the D grants committee, we kind of like sometimes don't know who is official. It's like people come and go, and every time is different. So maybe it does help to make people feel empowered and having some kind of people can point towards, like if Jack is on there or GP is on there. You know, it's kind of much more obvious. Like, okay, this is official thing. They have kind of official responsibility, and they can form official decisions.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying
Anyway,
it's more about building out a robust grants program. So when you have grants programs in the ecosystem, it runs through this, which means you've got the best talent in the ecosystem looking at every grants program. So I don't think it should be specifically related to D grants. I think it should be like Stacks Ascent program should go through this cab to make sure that it actually is fit for purpose for the ecosystem and that the funding is going to the right. I'm singling that out only because it's different to D grants. I'm not saying it's bad. I was just saying that it goes through another set of eyes for the funding. That was all. And you can build out like the foundation. ETH Foundation has a really robust grants program. Optimism has a really robust grants program. They're constantly pushing the envelope there, and we can do the same, but put it through a cab, perhaps.
What does Arbitrum do a little bit differently?
Optimism. You should go have a look at that. Yeah, you should go have a look at their page. They are.
You want to pull it up a little for a minute?
Yeah, because Hero found it and he shared it with me, and it's actually they're doing a lot of great stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is that what you were thinking about? Hero was trying to retain the specialization and to push.
I mean, my hat is with governance. I just want an involved process of good decision making, fair decision making, a good feedback loop. I think by having a good foundation of the process, you're naturally going to retain people.
Okay, so this is checks and balances. So on one hand, you're talking about retention of talent. The other hand, you're talking about checks and balances as well from a governance perspective.
Yeah. I'm putting my governance hat on, but I just want it to be effective most. And I really don't mind making centralized decisions for grants because it just needs to be effective. But the problem is sometimes centralized decision in grants sphere, you're not taking enough perspective. So having more perspective actually helps the centralized decision making.
So we just checks and balances.
Yeah, we need a bit of check and balances for sure. Yeah,
100%. I think that's the part of what the foundation is trying to drive is we need more transparency, and to gain transparency, we're going to need to have checks and balances. But we need checks and balances that aren't going to stall the process, but are actually going to make sure the process is robust and we get the best bang for buck. The outcome is the best outcome possible.
And that's what we try to get the balance right in the SIP process too. We have some checks and balances, but we don't want that to block any good SIPs from activating.
Correct. Okay. All right. Yeah, there's something there to be built out. I think it will help the ecosystem as a whole. I think it will help us to make us far more robust and actually help us to attract more talent, because we've seen from other ecosystems, if you have a robust grants program and a robust way in which to build out in the ecosystem, it definitely helps you to attract more talent.
Cool. Yeah, I think we're probably a good time to wrap it up. What do you think, GP?
Yeah, I'm going to take a look into this optimism governance model. It's apparently structured around a dual chamber system known as Optimism Collective, comprising of Token House and Citizens House. I've been reading through this and just trying to figure out if I'm looking at the right thing. But if you send that over, I'm going to check it out, and then maybe I can learn a little bit more about governance and how other ecosystems are doing it. That way I can be better prepared for next week as well. So, but yeah, you guys, I think this was an awesome conversation. You got a couple things to bring up with the foundation. It seems like Hero, and I think that of course, as always, everybody should participate in these different SIP votes because this is our ecosystem. This is our home. So I feel like everybody should participate and get involved in the social fi aspect of the SIPs, and the things that we discussed in today's episode are very important. So I hope that the foundation plays ball, and that maybe we can do some cool stuff with the community surrounding this stuff. But yeah, happy Friday, fellas.
Yeah, happy Friday, man. Thanks for hosting the chat, GP. Appreciate you stepping up in absence of peace, love.
Yeah, dude. Got a big trip. He's got a big old trip. So I'm holding down the fort while he's gone, and I hope that he has a safe flight. He's flying out later today, so we will have again. I think he'll be gone all next week, so I'll be doing this with you again next week, I think. But we shall see. Thank you, fellas. I hope that you have a blessed rest of your day, and I hope that you have a lovely weekend. Don't forget to touch some grass.
You too. Great show, GP.
Great one, Hattie. See ya. This was another awesome episode of the weekly SIP Call. If you want to know about everything, all the innovation that is taking place in the Stacks ecosystem, along with these Stacks improvement proposals, be sure to tune in at 10:30 a.m. ET on Fridays. Guys, you do not want to miss this. This is the future of Stacks. We work within a decentralized, trustless, permissionless environment, and this is how we get things done. This is how we improve our home, so to speak. So I hope that you have a blessed rest of your day. There will be some a DeOrganized rewind, and we may have some live streaming to do a little bit later. But yeah, definitely tune in. Share out the broadcast, guys. Follow DeOrganized BTC on X. Go to YouTube and subscribe to DeOrganized Media and stay in the know. DeOrganized is where it's at. You guys have a blessed rest of your Friday. I am GP, and I am out. Peace.
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the hive. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovating the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name. Stacks, where it's at. Fast transactions are fat. Where it's at. The leading L2 is making maxes look back. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI Gale keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks and other L2s. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bags. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. Up from the underworld, the game master arrives, bringing the games that satisfy the
a longtime friend of ours, awesome creator and builder in the Stacks ecosystem, co-founder of Alex Labs. Welcome, Dr. Sue. Thank you so much for joining us today. How are you?
I'm good, and thank you for dragging me out of my cage and come to this fantastic show. The intro was something. What a great opening! What a great intro! Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to chatting with both of you in the next few hours, if you want.
We'll go as long as you're willing to chat with us. Well, actually, I guess it depends on how long Nick's willing to let us go. But to be honest with you, we don't even really need Nick because I know how to run the show now. So Nick, we'll go as long as you like. I'm so excited to have you here. For those that don't know, Dr. Chenta. I want to call you Dr. Sue.
Please. Call me Chenta.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're looking at a medical doctor. They call me when they have issues, health issues. I'm not that kind of doctor.
You're a gigabrain doctor, which we need more of around in this space. So co-founder of Alex, which stands for Automated Liquidity Exchange. A lot of people aren't aware of that. It's the first decentralized finance platform on Bitcoin through the Stacks blockchain with an extensive background in traditional finance. You previously held senior positions at major Wall Street institutions like Credit Suisse and Morgan Stanley. You transitioned into crypto and DeFi, driven by the desire to address inefficiencies of traditional finance, which we witnessed firsthand in 2008 financial crisis. And thank you so much for coming to this space and building out amazing tools to make the Stacks ecosystem more functional. It's amazing work that you've done. I love your platform. So what does that give us a little bit more on your background and what drove you into the Stacks ecosystem specifically?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, by the way, you did your homework. Thank you for the background. So, I was born in Taiwan and I grew up in Vienna in Austria. And you know, a teenager, you go to Austria, you don't speak a word of German. And then, you know, when the professor writes something on the blackboard, you understand the equation, but when he talk a joke, you don't understand at all. So that's how I started becoming a little bit quantity, love the math, love the equations. And then I got my PhD in economics, econometrics. That's where the doctor come from. So don't call me for your health issues. And then I really wanted to stay in academia. I love research. And so I was a tenure track professor in financial econometrics, financial economics. And my research at that time, I don't think anybody would be interested right now because if you look at the paper I wrote, it's just so boring. Maybe there are 5 people on earth who understand what I was writing. But anyway, so Wall Street called. So you know, I joined Wall Street, became one of the those quants that are coming up with trading strategies. So you can predict, you know, ahead of a time, or you can predict, you know, if you have all the assets, you can say, okay, but what this as particular asset is going to do. So one of the first quant like doing this type of thing, and then, you know, just tell you a joke as a professor, you know, coming to the trading floor, I was so arrogant. I was telling everybody, you know, one day my model and my machine are going to replace all the portfolio manager and traders, which, you know, honestly, we're not far from it, right? So so that's how I started my Wall Street career. I was really lucky. I was given really a piece of white paper, say, okay, just go to build a quant business, right? And you think about who want to invest in those quant business. You know, lots of money managers, such as pension funds, right? You know, from the small pension fund to big pension fund, and also as real money asset managers, we call them, they do want to have exposure to systematic stuff, right? They don't want to have some big shot coming to what they think about dollar yen. They want something that is data driven with proper model and coming out with predictions. So they want to have exposure to this, but they don't have the bandwidth to develop those strategies themselves, or also they don't want to you know, invest heavily. You know, hedge fund is quite expensive, so they would go to banks like Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, and everybody has this piece of business. It's called quant trading strategies, and they will invest in those strategies that the bank come up with. So I went from Credit Suisse, and then I took a break, wrote a book, and then joined a hedge fund, which is specialized in foreign exchange, so like dollar yen, you know, this type of currencies. And funny enough, the emerging market currencies, the risk return characteristic is quite similar to crypto because it has a, you know, some skew and it has this big volatility, right? And then afterwards, Morgan Stanley asked me to build up the quant business there. And then COVID hit, my 5 Bloomberg screen just screaming at me. And then I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm done. I want to do something meaningful. And I know our CTO and my lovely co-founder Rachel for quite some time because we used to work together. And then we three just start talking about, you know, how we really, you know, we both have kids, right? They have kids, I have kids, you know, what do you want to, you know, leave to your kids when you are not in this world anymore, right? We can go on, you know, climbing our corporate ladder, be MD, be global head, be partner, be whatever, but you know what? You know, my mom doesn't know what I'm doing at Credit Suisse or at Morgan Stanley. So it's really Chang, by the way. Chang Ang is our CTO and also the CEO of Xlink. He just started talking our ears off, and Rachel told me, "Oh my God, he's addicted." He started talking about Bitcoin. He started talking about DeFi, and then so we three really just quit our job. We so Rachel quit JP Morgan, Chang quit Goldman Sachs, I quit Morgan Stanley. So we started wanting to build something on blockchain, public decentralized blockchain. So that was more than 4 years ago. But the number one question is, where do you want to build? By the way, if I talk too much, just shut me down. I can talk for hours about our story.
No, listen, I'd love, so I have lots of questions for you, but I love letting my guests talk and tell us, you're the subject matter here. We're here for you to tell your story, not for me to talk. So
all right. But do ask me a question. Is that we're having coffee, or it's too early for me to drink? I guess it's too early for Mississippi to drink. But then somewhere is the right cocktail time, so we're having a drink.
4 o'clock somewhere, yeah. Always.
Exactly.
Yeah, well,
Exactly.
We're in the same time zone, and after 1 p.m., if I feel like it, I could have a whiskey at my lunch meetings. That happens sometimes. And actually, I'm not far. I didn't realize you were out in New York. I'm only up the road in Rhode Island. I'm only a few hours away.
Oh, so we have no excuse not to see each other.
We have no
less
excuse.
than 3 hour drive. No, we have to.
Less than 3 hours overnight.
Yeah, less than 3 hours. Yeah. Anyway, so we started, and we start thinking about which chain we want to build, right? And because I'm not, arrogant, but I'm saying our background is very special for anybody, for any chain, for any investor, because suddenly you have 3 people who have track record coming out of Wall Street, the quants, they want to build DeFi, right? Where should they build? So we were really ruled by lots of chains, in particular, the start with A. They said, okay, 2 weeks later we are launching you, right, globally. But then, so I was really excited, and then I was chatting with one of my very good friend, Professor J.P. Singh. I don't know if you know him. He's actually one of Munib's Ali's thesis advisor. So I say, JP, we're going to launch on this chain that starts with A. He said, no, you're going to launch on Stacks. I was like, what is Stacks? I've never heard of Stacks. By the way, it's 4 years ago. Nobody heard of Stacks. Only Stacks people heard of Stacks, right? So it really started from there. Then he got us to meet Munib, Trevor Owen. Trevor Owen, one of the big figures.
Pizza
Stacks and then Ninja. So they were starting to have their first accelerator program. So we meet really, really the nicest people within Stacks. And then at that time already, that was 4 years ago, is about, Bitcoin right. They can read Bitcoin, X, and then their next, big step is about Bitcoin right. Bitcoin right means that, something like SBTC type of thing. Now we were really, really excited. So if somebody say you can build DeFi on Bitcoin, we were so naive at that time, right? We thought, wow, building Bitcoin DeFi. We didn't know all these technical challenges because we were not developers. We were quants. We know computer science, but we were not crypto, native, put it that way. So that would be great if you can build Bitcoin on DeFi. So we started there, and we started understanding every day more and more the technical challenges, such as not taking away from Stacks, right? Just like Bitcoin is not a smart contract layer. I remember I gave a speech. I'm so embarrassed. I hope nobody would dig out that YouTube. I was like, yo, on Ethereum, you have to use wrap Bitcoin. You have to go get a Bitcoin wrap, and then you can use DeFi. On Stack, you don't have to. You use directly Bitcoin. I was like, 4 years later, we are almost there. We're not there, right?
Hey, sometimes really great ideas take some time, right?
I know, but remember what we talked about before we started live, yeah. But you also need a great amount of money to get your entity, that you keep your entity alive, right? So that was a big challenge. So I would say we started 4 years ago. We started the accelerator program thanks to Trevor. Really shaped our language, shaped what Alex is, automated liquidity exchange. And then 3 years ago, we mainnet launch. We were one of the first DeFi project on Stack. The first one was Arcatico, by the way. Heads up to Philippe and Co. Right? They were the first one. They launched the the USDA. We were the second one. So our strength still is always we are the first and biggest DEX, the exchange. Because if you think about, and coming back to, what our mission is, right? Our mission is not to save everybody or make everybody rich. Our mission is really to expand Bitcoin economy. Then you start thinking about, okay, let's digest every word, what I just said. What does it mean, expand Bitcoin economy, right? So Bitcoin, I think we three all agree, and your audience, because they are here, they will also already agree. I'm saying hi to everybody here. So we all agree.
We have a lot of friends watching us now.
Hello, friends. I love you all, and I'm so sorry I have been in the cage. And thanks to these two wonderful hosts to drag me out. As you know, I have been, anyway, I have been building and fighting.
When I wrote an article about Alex a couple of years ago.
I know, I loved it.
We were talking, and the thing that stuck out to me the most, what made me be like, okay, they get it, was when you were like, Bitcoin and what we're doing with Bitcoin is going to allow anyone, anywhere on earth, the opportunity to participate in financial markets. We in the first world, we take it for granted how easy it is for us to leave our home and go open a bank account. We take all these things for granted, and most people don't have that luxury. And so that demonstrated that you have the big picture in mind, because that's really where this is all headed. This is all about taking, when people like to have discussions about privilege, this is real, like actual privilege, like the ability to just participate in a financial market should not be a privilege. It should be open to anybody. And that's how everyone grows.
Finance is human right.
Right.
Money is human right.
Right.
Right. And then from the economist point of view, you look at the income distribution is bimodal, right? So which means that it's like two humps, right? The rich countries, developed country, they are this one. And you have the other one, which is here. And then you ask yourself, why are these distribution on the left hand, they have such a low income? And the main reason, because they cannot jump into those technological innovation. That's three of us are so privileged to use it and being exposed every day. And finance is one of them. I mean, give you an example, right? And then we talked about that many years ago. I have 3 examples, and I like to use from women's point of view, right? My daughter, right, 17-year-old, based in New York, she needs to have a Citibank account. It takes her more than bloody 4 hours, right? And she still hasn't got it. And her parents are completely, basically, a banker, right? She can't get it, right? She cannot yet jump into this financial innovation. She can't use Venmo, Zelle, and this type of thing. She's in New York. My mother-in-law is in Senegal, right? She cannot have a US dollar account. And Senegal is it's a stable country, 6-7%, GDP growth, but it's a very young country. The average age of a Senegalese population is 17 years old. India is 22, right? 17-year-old, there are not enough jobs. So that economy is a trickle-down economy. You have money, you give to the less privileged. You have a little bit, you give to those who have even less. Every time we send her money, via, those vendors, easily 6 to 10% is gone, and it takes days. I mean, these are real problems, right? Or think about my mom coming from, China, mainland China to Taiwan. At that time, no way she would get credit to send my older brother, to college. So they had this, this neighborhood, private credit, everybody save. And then, every month, one person, one house would take the credit to do whatever they need to do, repair the house and kids to colleges. These women should have the right, or this economy, this population, they should have the right to, jump onto those finance innovations that three of us are so used to, right? Seller, Venmo, consumer help, pay later, right? This type of thing. Save, stay for their kids, get interest, right? Anyway, so blah, 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 blah. They get me so excited when I talk about it. Please shut me down. Otherwise, all your audience will be gone in 10 minutes.
We're all getting a wonderful education, right?
Yeah, and they're all here to talk, to listen to you. They're not here to listen to me. I learned that early on. I'm a good host because I ask a couple questions and then let you go. But yeah, it's great. I love what I'm hearing. I love the energy you bring to the space too. But you're right. What you're in it for is to provide a better future for all of us and the next generation to come. And to provide an inclusive means of engaging in just exchange. It's not even just about finance. Exchange is a form of communication. Finance is an extension of exchange, so the right to transact is really what we're on. And you're helping build out the functionality to make the Rails actually useful and usable to the audience. So it's awesome stuff you're doing.
Thank you.
Hattie's actually. Are you there, Hattie? You keep coming on and coming out, dropping out. How are you today, man?
I hope you can hear me. So
yes,
I apologize. My wonderful laptop decided that it would like to update itself. So I have to do it from the phone. So I apologize profusely that you can't see me. You can see my wonderful avatar. But welcome. Thank you very much for coming on the show today. And sprechen Sie ein bisschen Deutsch?
Wow. We need subtitle now. Who is going to do the subtitle from German to English?
I have a hard enough problem with one language, so it won't be me.
I think Nick might be able to help us with that, but I'm not sure how long we're going to go for in German. I don't know.
I think Nick is Dutch, so.
Oh, is it Dutch? Oh, Nick doesn't.
Oh, you know what? Yeah. At the end, we all speak Bitcoin language. That's what I say.
That's right. And math is a universal language.
Absolutely.
But that's what makes me wonder. Like, what do you think? Because from where I'm sitting, we're on the verge of what looks like the beginning stages of mass adoption for Bitcoin and even crypto. And, it's become a nation state level phenomenon now, which, even 4 years ago when you all started building Alex, that was still into question when that would happen. Some would question back then if it would happen. So we're on the verge now. So what does mainstream adoption, what does it look like? The path from where we are right now to getting somebody in India or some other nation, the applications to participate in this? What does the education piece look like? What does the software piece look like? Because we're going to undergo a transition, and eventually at some point, under I think the most ideal circumstances, you'll probably see financial institutions have to change their business model. Existing financial institutions.
Oh, they're already changing. Right? They just don't talk out loud. So I love that question, and that's so first to come to your question about well in this space for quite some time. We always anticipate that big mass adoption is coming, and how can we prepare? When it's gonna come? How do we prepare? How can we contribute? Right? I think you hit on something really important: is education. We are still the one who are weird when we go to Christmas, or New Year's party. We are still the weird ones,
Right.
We are still the minority. When Bitcoin is above 65K, people like to talk to us. When Bitcoin is below 50K, people think we are scammers, right? So that's the past few years what we have experienced, right? But so I think education is really important. I still don't think right now that there's a good enough or let's say simple enough educational materials out there for easily explain to people what Bitcoin is, why it is so important, right? So I think we all have to do more about that, but I know you two plus Nick, you are doing that. So we need more of you doing that. Really explain, not those, I like to call it tech porn. Have you all feel like suffering that when all these guys start tweeting about, oh my God, especially when the Bitcoin L2 bit VM and all this stuff, it's just like, yo, just tell me what is this for, right? Right. So let those developers talk their techie language, but you all should do more of those shows, make it fun, telling people why this is important, what it's for, right? So that's first thing is education. Second thing is about mass adoption. Well, I came from TradFi. TradFi are already adopting blockchain, right? There are two things. One is the technology, blockchain, crypto. The other one is about the assets itself. So that's pretty these two things. When people tell us, oh, JP Morgan hates crypto, hates blockchain, it's garbage. JP Morgan was the first one who came up with this blockchain. They even issued their own stablecoin for their own cross-border transaction, right? If JP Morgan hates stablecoin, why did they issue their own stablecoin? Right? So they are already adopting blockchain crypto technology, in particular for the cross-border payment. It's happening, right? UBS, Goldman, they're all around it. The next is about transaction. It's about settling, buying, selling, settling, for example, treasuries, very, very liquid market. And it is also already happening. So that's about the technology. I would say the mainstream finance or TradFi are already adopting it. Visa, they are all over the place, right? So that's one thing. The second thing is about the assets itself. The asset itself, because of the BlackRock's ETF, that's really, really the huge step forward. Yeah. Why do you think that ETF is important? A lot of people say, yeah, no, the Bitcoins are being bought by BlackRock. It's not your Bitcoin. But think about this. Your mom, your dad, they have, let's say, savings in 401k, right, in our country, right? They can't go buy Bitcoin, right? They have to have the exposure through certain, wrappers that is legitimate, right? For those financial advisors to go to purchase for you. So that's a huge first step. And second step is about, those institutions, they can't just buy Bitcoin ETF because it's very capital intensive. The whole finance is about leverage. I know for a lot of people it's a dirty word, but think about leverage. It's really like the oil for the engine, that the engine can run faster, right? Because you leverage. You don't need $1 to buy $1. You can say, okay, I have enough collateral. I have $1 here. I can go to buy $2. That's what options are for, right? With that oil, the Bitcoin finance will really, grow much faster. So I'll say from the asset point of view, Bitcoin is happening. So I would say technology, mainstream, particular banking and Visa, credit card are all into it. Asset-wise, we are starting to see the adoption. The next will be Ethereum. The next will be, other really good asset for people to have the exposure to it. But I think the third one is that where we are here for, right? Is that how can you really expand, deepen Bitcoin economy, not just holding the Bitcoin, buy, sell Bitcoin, and then stacks or Alex, right? How can you make sure that Bitcoin being the oldest chain, being the one with a immaculable track record as a chain and as an asset, how can you give Bitcoin holder more use cases, right? So Bitcoin holder, we love our Bitcoin. It's very hard for us to use our Bitcoin. I want to hold my Bitcoin dearly, right? You need to give them use cases. You need to give them security. You need to give them yield, right? So all these things are what all of us here on your show. That's why we are building. Okay, so now where does Alex, Xlink, or Lisa come from, right? Because I would say it's really a evolving story about us because we were the first one building Bitcoin DeFi. I mean, 4 years ago, you tell people we are building Bitcoin DeFi, people laugh their teeth out. It's number one, what the heck? Why? What for? DeFi is on Ethereum. What the heck are you doing? You can't do it. And, people just laugh it out. Now it's really, Bitcoin DeFi is this catalyst of this particular bull run. So Alex started really as a DEX. Okay, rightly so. You say that people can exchange their risk, right? When they feel risk, they feel a little bit less risk loving, so they are more risk averse. They change to stable coin. When they are more risk loving, they go to all these funky meme coin. They want to participate in those fun stuff with the community. So it's a great way for people to exchange the risk. So it's like it's almost like a number one place you would go, right? But then you also want to think about, okay, we talked about this before. You don't want stacks or Bitcoin to be very isolated. You do want to onboard, from Ethereum. There's a huge amount of DeFi users from Solana, right? You want to onboard, and Apto is coming, Sui is coming. You want to onboard all these people. You want to get them to participate in your Bitcoin economy. So you need a bloody bridge. And then 2-3 years ago, we asked Stacks Foundation and also other associate institutions, can you guys build a bridge? We did a bridge, and we need USDT, we need USDC, those stablecoin. They're like, oh, we're so decentralized, we don't build stuff. You guys have to go or find someone to build it. So we had to our poor devs roll the sleeves and build a bridge, and Alex becomes so complicated. So we say, okay, we need a community vote to see if we need to spin out, because bridge economy is very different from DEX economy, right? So we spun out, we call that Xlink. So now if you have time, you will be shocked to see how much Xlink has built, and hopefully end of October, early November, the team is working hard on a new app, new website, and a white paper will come out. Basically, Xlink is going to be the chain abstraction for you, right? So everything is settled on Bitcoin, all the transaction is settled on Bitcoin, but you won't feel that you as a user need to go through all these technical questions. Which bridge you want to go to? Is that what you want to do? It's going to be, we call it intent based. You say, okay, I want to swap stacks, 10 stacks into, I don't know what, X, meme coin on one of the Ethereum L2 that we have links to. So it's going to be, user won't have to face those technical challenges about the bridge. So it's all about intent, how they want to swap. So you have Alex who does all the engine of the swapping DEX, but you have Xlink is really the plumbers. I like to say the plumber. So Xlink is not very sexy. It's plumbers. Sorry, plumbers out there. I'm not saying you are not sexy. I'm saying that I don't find plumbing sexy. Right? It's all the dirty works behind, right? So Xlink is going to bridge all this stuff. So Xlink is bridged to pretty much all the Bitcoin L2s that at the moment are already mainnet. By the way, Bitcoin L2, we have to talk about that as well, right? So Xlink is already hooked up with Bitcoin chain, the main chain, Stacks, all the Bitcoin L2s, EVM, Binance, and then Near is coming. I'm just dropping some alpha here. Near is coming. I know people want Solana. That will be the after Near, right? So all these are coming. And then now let's talk about use cases, right? You do want to have assets. You want people to be able to save. You want people to be able to generate yield. And that's where Lisa come from. I love Lisa. Lisa stands for liquid staking for all, right? So it's not that it's trying to compete with stacking DAO. Stacking DAO has its own very, very unique heavyweights on stacks, right? It stack your stacks and it give you the liquid version of it. So I would say Lisa's purpose is really for the whole Bitcoin ecosystem. If you are building something and the token, the asset can be, L2 can be dApps, right? You want to make it a stake token that you want to give your user the yield, and you want to give them the liquid version of it. Lisa is a place to go. So at the moment we have Stacks, we have Alex, we will have Bitcoin coming very soon. I'm so excited. We call it LIA BTC. What it is that you have Bitcoin, you can deposit, and then on Lisa, and Lisa basically is going to Babylon, get a Babylon staking yield, and coming get back and give you the LIA BTC so you can accumulate a yield. By the way, so the yield is not in BTC itself. The yield is really all these POS chains that use Babylon as a staking platform, right? So and then very soon, I'll say maybe end of the year, early next year, the team is also building. That's what I'm most excited. I was telling Munib a few things last time when we were in Denver. I was crying to him. He was like, let's do it then. I was telling Munib that, if you want to build something for the sake of building, you can go to any chain. There are other chains that are more, funky, vibrant, Solana or Apto. But if you really want to impact people's life right away, you have to build on Bitcoin and you have to build on Stacks. That's one thing I told him. He really loved it. The second thing I told him is that we need a real world yielding stable coin. We don't need those, your yield come from, shorter futures. You get a basis when things break down, everything break down. You need to give them access to dollar yield, right? Real world asset, we call it RWA, right? The story I like to tell is, number one usage of a Nigeria household. Why do they want to save in dollar? Number one, they cannot access dollar. Number two, they cannot have dollar account, but they need to save in dollar. That's why they go to stablecoin. They save for their kids' education. Because they want the kids to go to get educated overseas, right? And when they save those stable coins, I know there are a lot of centralized exchanges are offering them some yield, but would they need to be great if they can do it in a permissionless way? Right. They can save them on Lisa. So Lisa is going to give them the actual dollar yield, not those, DeFi token yield. It's really actual US Treasury yield, right?
Right.
And they can use that to save.
In an honest economic system, that yield will also should be able to beat inflation, or at least kind of match inflation, so they're not losing their wealth while they're trying to save. So that's a huge piece of it right now. The reason they want dollars is because their native currency is inflating at an impossible rate. So that's why they need the dollars. But the dollars are also kind of inflating pretty rapidly. So you have to have yield, or you're losing ground.
Absolutely. Yeah. So with all this, I say so much. I always like to say these are really three actors, right? You have Alex, which is really the engine of all the exchanges and swaps. You have Xlink, which is a plumber that really plumbs through all the different chains, give you those chain abstraction, so you can swap through Alex easily from one chain to the other chain without you even knowing, right? We call it chain abstraction. And you have Lisa really there. The Lisa team is issuing, the platform is issuing, yielding assets that you can use it as a liquid form in other DeFi activities. So that's what we have been busy with. And then this end of this year, with Nakamoto next Tuesday, cross fingers.
I think my understanding is that it's kind of almost past the point of no return. It's going to happen now. They've already released the I'm
I'm
talking
knocking
above
the
my
woods. Here's the woods. I'm knocking it.
yeah.
Yeah, no, we're
Yeah.
ready.
Chip and Monkey mentioned earlier today that they've already released the binary to the devs. So the binary to the devs means that it's a go. It's going to happen. Now
Yeah.
we're knocking on wood just to make sure that it goes well.
Yes, exactly. Because, a little bit, here and there hiccup is normal because this is like the biggest upgrade Stacks ever has, right? So it's normal to have a hiccup here and there, but as long as that we all can manage it, it's okay. So just so you know that because of this, we want to be very cautious. We're going to announce that I just heard from the dev team that we are going to announce that we might put just a few hours of maintenance mode, just make sure everything is okay, and then we'll put on the mainnet again.
Yeah, no,
Very-
it's important that this is so big, and it's so big in the actual bull cycle that
Yeah.
it does have to go off. So that's why it never really bothered me that it was delayed. It's better to delay and have it right than to push it too early and have something catastrophically go wrong. So it's exciting.
Yeah. If you only have these two choices, I agree, but we have a third choice: is get it bloody done.
Very true. I have an interesting question. What will Nakamoto unlock for Alex and for Lisa
Right.
and for X? What will it unlock for you?
Yeah. So number one is that, have you used the DeFi on Stacks right now? It's embarrassing.
Yes.
Is that okay? You swap something, you can make 2 coffees in the meantime. Sometimes you can cook the whole
Very
meal.
true. Very
Right.
true.
Yeah.
Old-fashioned oatmeal.
Yeah.
And some
So-
sweating.
Yes, I'm saying. I mean, just think about, you can do all the DeFi, but it's settled on Bitcoin, the most decentralized chain, where the truth is stored, and all this. You want to do it there, right? If I give you 2 choices, say your transaction are settled on Bitcoin, same speed, same everything, liquidity and then slippage, everything, and then you have another chain, right? You would choose Bitcoin. That's
Every
just
time.
so beautiful, Bitcoin, right? So that's number one. So we hope that you have a new surge of users coming, right? So that they would be interested to participate, to use all the protocols that are currently building on DeFi. Number 2 is you want use cases, you want assets issued on Bitcoin, on Stacks, right? So SBTC coming, you want stable coin, you want other stuff, and then you want, suddenly the whole financial engine start being oiled. Is that you want lending, borrowing. I know, for example, Zest has something, and then there's a big stuff coming out from Granite or whatever they call it's coming. Also, lending, borrowing is also the basic of the finance. Right, so you want to be able to lend your Bitcoin, borrow stable coin for whatever usage you want to go to participate in meme coins, trading competition. You don't want to sell your Bitcoin, you can do that. Or so that's really important. So give people the functionality. Then the finance become really like a machine, right? It works. And then what we are very excited about is also more builders coming. I mean, we're all survivors here.
Right.
We survive. We not only survive winter, we survive Stacks, right? So we are all survivors here, but we want more good builders coming, right? There's so many use cases for Bitcoin, the blockchain itself. It's not just about DeFi. There's a lot about other stuff, right? I know meme coin now, because of Solana is a really big subject now. How you bind a community, how you decentralize, through meme coin. These are all very interesting experiments, and we want them to come to experiment on Stacks. But what I want to say, absolutely from bottom of my heart, is that over the past 2 years, our team has spent so much energy reading all the possible Bitcoin L2s, GitHubs, white papers, talking to them. I think there are like at the moment, there are like more than 500 names out there. They claim they are Bitcoin L2. Stack is still one of the best one, right? It has its own code base. It has it started with a great team. It's it's tech wise, right? It's really ahead of everybody else. So
Yeah,
we
100%.
yeah.
We're not we love Stacks. Obviously, everyone on this panel is a huge Stacks supporter and involved in the community in a number of ways, all of us, to help out and grow the community. But we are also in a decentralized space. So we recognize, like, Babylon's providing some really awesome tools that Stacks doesn't quite offer right now. So, you're always going to have players that do things differently, that you want to work with everybody, right, in the decentralized space, or everyone that's providing value. And there's lots of opportunity and room for people to provide value. One thing I wanted to get back to is you and Jack had both been talking about, education and onboarding people. And one of the projects we're working on, one of the many things that have come out of the recent D Grants project, the recent D Grants cohort that Hero Gamers are running, is the Stacks Link project, which you have recently actually come on as an advisor to, a little bit, helping us out with the Stacks Link. And one of the charges of the Stacks Link, well, it's twofold, really. It's one, to provide a means of providing support channels for projects and builders and artists and developers in the space, by means of all nature of stuff. So we have people in the space that are giving some guidance on communications, or understanding DeFi, or there's even Electra Frost is working with us and can provide some accounting audit guidance and stuff like that. And we're providing all of that stuff for the space. And then the other piece that we're working on is also providing educational opportunities and content for onboarding new users. Like Jack had said, trying to educate these people and provide at least some kind of a centralized place to go, that from a trusted provider, in touch with the community-based, where people can come and learn how to use a wallet, and what is Bitcoin, what is Stacks, how do I stack my Stacks, what is, and just kind of get them educated, and also kind of just be a curator of the ecosystem to the focus of making sure that when users do come in and onboard, that they have good and safe experiences, so that they stay in our ecosystem. And then also there's a ton of educational pieces that have come out of D grants and or just rising up in the system for devs. It's not just about bringing good devs. Stacks is doing a lot right now to make good devs. The Sam's Stacks Lab project down in Africa, and the Clarity Working Group, and we have Gary Zero to Clarity Group, and No Code Clarity, and we're building all these tools to help people get more engaged in that kind of stuff too. So it's really, there's a lot of stuff shipping, and there's a lot of stuff in the Stacks ecosystem that's building up beyond just applications. There's a community organization piece coming, and I think that's a huge factor in making sure that we are able to both onboard users, make sure they have good experiences, and then connect those users to the projects and to the devs. That's happening right now, which is super exciting. It's something that I think has been lacking in the space.
Well,
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
You've traditionally had, especially on Stacks, you've had developers and you've had community, right? And you both do different things and try to do so in under ideal circumstances in support of one another. The community tries to support the dev tries to make good things to make the community grow and become stronger. And so what Peace is talking about here is, you know, a meeting point in between to where now you have a better flow between the two. But what I wanted to ask you something real quick. As we see, because as you said, you know, and it's funny, but it's just the way the world works. You know, TradFi has been investing in crypto infrastructure and, you know, for their own purposes, but while publicly kind of fudding crypto to try to, you know, this is why the decentralization part is so important, because I think that there's a risk that you have TradFi now just goes from being in control of one aspect of finance, the aspect of finance we've always grown and lived under, and then having too much control over the decentralized part. So, you know, things like Xlink and Alex and these kind of decentralized exchanges and software, that's really where my attention and so many's attention have been focused, because that's going to be the bulwark against just, you know, this just becoming, now it's just JP Morgan online. It's just JP Morgan on a blockchain. It's just Morgan Stanley on a blockchain, you know, because in order to send those children to better school, you know, from your country in Nigeria, you should be able to operate with this stuff without any interference, right? You should just be able to essentially at its pure level, peer-to-peer transact and participate in your financial services. So when it comes to that part, and I know it gets political, but what's the thing that we really should focus on to help content that spirit to grow and that understanding to kind of proliferate and continue, so that we can make sure that we stay closer to Satoshi's vision, which is peer-to-peer decentralized finance. You know, like what can we do as a community to help with that? And what can developers do to help with that?
I think a currency is only useful when we all use it, right? You want Bitcoin to be, you know, we in econ we like to call it the home currency. If let's say, you know, if say Jay, you have a second-hand car, I really want to buy it. I hope you can accept my Bitcoin, right? So if down the road the croissant or the the fruit cart vendor will accept Bitcoin or stable coin, then we kind of we got there, right? So
we make it easier for them.
We make it easier for them.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think that's first thing, is that the wider adoption, we are still waiting for that. It's not there yet, right? Because if you want to go off ramp, right, you are starting to get into fiat world. Then that's not what we are building. Really, something parallel to dollar, to fiat, right? So that's one thing. Second thing is from the builder's point of view, right? You want to build something that's useful. You want to build something that has use cases, and it doesn't matter what it is. Make the Bitcoin more secure. You build a wallet that is more easier to use on our phone. You want to build DEX. You want to build assets. You want to build using Bitcoin stacks. To build different kind of community driven activities. You want to build a prediction market. You want to build a prediction that people can use Bitcoin stacks or Alex to predict. I would call it bet, but predict. But this is something that is not happening yet on stacks, right? So I think these are make your Bitcoin safe, useful, and you can generate yield. You have some asset that you can generate yield. I would say these are what the builders. I come from finance, so that's the only thing I know. I would say that's what I would love to see more use cases. And then again, there should be more DEXs on stacks and on Bitcoin, right? At the moment, you have only really Alex and Villa and Bitflow to a certain extent because they aggregate it. More is better, right? And we compete, we make each other better. There will be more assets coming, and it just we like to say rising tide raise all the boat. It is really, really true. We suffer so much, for 2 bloody years as one of the only one. We're really, really nervous about it, right? Now you have more, right? So for example, Villa is, they have great meme community. We're trying to compete with them. So we're coming up with something. Our community leader is coming up with something fun for the meme project to compete. So these are use cases. But ultimately, money is important. Runway is important as a builder. And I hope, talking to you guys about, helping the project I want to come to build on Stacks, I think because, I have been just in this industry for so long, I would love to help that. Rachel and I, we have a Bitcoin lab. And because we know the ecosystem builders well, they will come to us, want to build stuff together with us, we know well. And sometimes the first check is the most difficult to get. And we are there to help you, right? We write you a check. So we already invest in Rider, and a few other really exciting projects. Some are really for the security. Some are really for, like a Rider, they are going to be a hardware, right? So it's very, very different thing, but they are helping the Bitcoin economy. So money is a big issue. We can't. I remember when we started, there were founders. They were really questioning how much they should pay themselves because their kids need to eat, right? So these are hardship that we are all happy, merry, supporting each other on Twitter, on those rooms. But there are a lot of hardship that I totally get it. Also, first-hand experience as a founder. So that should have a space that where we can talk about it and support each other, right? Open each other's address book, say, oh, this investor should be interested in what you are doing, right? And then from user point of view, you're absolutely right. Right now, I think most are just pump and dump trading. You go to those community channels, right? You want them to have talk about finance and not just holding this coin. You want them to use it. Right. So I think ultimately that's what you guys are doing, right? You want the user to feel safe using certain applications. You want builders to come to have almost like this is the first place you come, right? Is your Stacks. It's the first place you come. If you're interested in Stacks, that's really the first place, the first people you need to call, the first place you need to come and just to check out how you should start, immerse yourself into the Stacks ecosystem. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yes, absolutely. That's and there can be a number of channels like that. It doesn't have to be one. We need that space, and it's building out and it's coming, but it's like anything else, it takes time. But yeah, there's a ton of people bootstrapping in the space right now. And that is actually also one of the other things that we've talked about with Stacks Link, as far as trying to line up possible, because it's also handling Stacks Link is going to be out in front of the D grants process moving forward. I believe we still got to close out this current cohort and see where that goes. But it looks like Good Kitty is going to pick up the mantle where Hero Gamer left off, and also part of that is not just looking at D grants, but maybe other ways of connecting bootstrap builders with funding opportunities. I think Stacks Link could actually be, if we're already a hub where we're providing other support services, it's a no-brainer to add that as well. I do want to step back a second before I forget, because I am, I'm a communicator. I love to laugh and I love to make people laugh. And when I have time, which I haven't had much lately, I love to create memes that I think will make people laugh. And you guys are talking. So you said I would be pleased as punch if I could observe and I would participate on both sides in a meme war between Velar and Alex. I think that would be
Wouldn't that be fun? Yeah.
Yes.
I love that.
Yes.
I'm so excited. I mean,
and I think maybe
maybe
it starts with creating some bounties on Zero Authority now
Definitely.
to reward the top meme makers or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah, I think what they are having in mind is that because Alex, you can do self-listing now, right? So whenever you create anything and you have a community and you want to bind those community, yeah, he will love being word. He's so funny. He loves word, but he's so peaceful. If you know him personally, Hero is that the mildest, the most gentleman. Anyway,
Yeah,
so we are
but we
trying
all
to,
love.
yeah. So I want to say that Alex, you already can self-list, but sometimes you want to create a pool, but you want to also reward your liquidity provider. So now I think they're coming out with something like Surge. I think Chang talked about it a while ago. Is that you want the community to vote and to compete to say, okay, which pool you want them to be on top. You will have more, reward. So reward in Alex as well in the meme token, something like that. So want people to really create an excitement about building up, helping out the meme communities, meme project. Let's put it this way.
So if I
Wow, so
have
you're
a meme
gamifying.
token, if I have a meme token, I can self-list it on Alex now.
Yeah,
I would have to.
yeah,
I
it's
would have to
completely
provide the liquidity.
permissionless. I think you have to provide some liquidity in order to have the pool, but itself you don't need
Right.
the pool. You could just trade, right? So you could do that, and then you can start, just really excite your company, say they should go to vote. I think the vote is coming soon, and then if you are top rank, then Alex is going to provide you some reward for the LP and farming, and then your project can do that too. Something like that. I
Wow,
think had
that's
the
awesome.
team. Yeah, it's very exciting. Yeah, they were just they work a lot over the past few weeks, really just to help meme project number one gather their community's excitement, and number
Well,
two making
you
sure that the
you
LP pool have farming. Yeah.
you must be familiar with Stack City and the bonding curve event that they have, or the
I
bonding curve
love that
launch.
project. Yeah. I don't know the
So
love is
cool.
back to me, but I love that project. It's so cool. And apparently just really just, very limited amount of resource. They build up this stuff. Yeah. I think we work with them. Yeah. Yeah. I
Yeah,
love
yeah.
that
They
project.
they launched
Mm,
they launched some of the projects that come out of there can launch on Alex once they come out of the
yeah.
bonding curve. But there's
Yeah.
so many new tokens because of that project, even before the bonding curve. But now with the bonding curve event and fair launch, and people don't have to worry about launching a token and holding all of the what do I do with this pre-mine and how do I handle that? You don't even have to worry about it. You just buy some like everybody else. But there's so many tokens launching in the space now. So do you see? I don't think people are really aware of that they can create a token and launch it on Alex
So
themselves.
if you go to Alex, the app that you are very familiar with, and there is a place I think on top of it says self-listing, so you already can list your own token for some time now.
Oh my
But
gosh, I
what I
didn't
want to
know
say
that.
is, yeah, yeah. What I want to say is that
Yeah, Alex had that first actually. Yeah.
I also, after 4 years in this Stacks community, I must say, Stacks, the community is very fair. They really reward people who have value add, right? Who provide content, and it doesn't matter you're a builder or you're educator. I remember when we started, nobody knew us, and then we would have like all these Stacks OGs. They would just help us, and then every time when we tweet something, they would be there to tweet, retweet, and to comment. So the space where we are compared to others, right, is very friendly. Maybe it's a mild word. I would say it's very fair. It's very, very fair, right? It does reward. I remember when Jack wrote also many articles about different projects, right? That was extremely welcome by the community. Yeah, so that's my humble experience of these 4 years.
Awesome.
No,
Yeah, Jack's written a ton of Jack's actually one of the biggest reasons I even came into Stacks is I found him on Twitter, and all of the articles gave me like, oh my god,
Articles
this
are
is
good. Yeah.
tons of them too. Tremendous. Yeah, he's done a ton of value add for this space with all that he does. But I cut him off. He was going to say something that was probably way cooler than what I had to say.
no, not at all. And thank you. It's cool because, you know, you're right. The community believes in what Stacks can accomplish, and has believed it, you know, early on, as it was just like a young blockchain that is trying to do things and is very limited on what it can do to help. So there's been a lot of bootstrapping by everyone to try to get us to these places. And, you know, we're on the cusp here. And especially when you start bringing tools like Xlink, and then again, you talked about Rider. I think Rider is the iPhone for crypto wallets. I truly believe that. Like, I think that it's going to do more for mass adoption than anything that has been done so far. And because it's going to make things easier, it's going to make things more relatable. It's stylish. You know, it's very, very well designed, but it's going to help onboard people. And again, that leads us to that next part, which is, okay, so this is how the vendor, you know, can take Bitcoin, because now he's got this little device, and if we can, as an ecosystem, continue to support the builders, and the builders continue to bring value that brings more people to the ecosystem and spreads this word, then we can find the best use cases, and then we can even fund even more use cases, because in the scheme of it all, in the scheme of things, we're so early still, you know, even after all this time. You know, when you're talking like when Alex came to Stacks, that was like super early. I mean, we're talking like embryo stage of Stacks.
Yeah.
Here we are now, and I think we're going to see just the explosion from here. And yeah, please, you know, anytime y'all have, you know, messaging to get out or anything, recognize that like DeOrganized Media and even more creators are coming on board, that we can help get the word out, keep everyone on the same page. And because we've been able to incubate this relatively small community, but it's about to explode in numbers, and it's going to be that much more important for people to be able to know what's going on, you know, who's done what, who's been where, and who's building what. And then when you throw the AI piece in here, that is very young but is about to come on a scene in a very big way, we're all going to have to adapt all at the same time, because now we're talking, you know, you're a brilliant human being, and now, you know, you're going to have an AI that's going to be like 12 more of you that you can send to do different tasks. And, you know, so it's all about the change. So yeah, we just keep the communication up. We keep on building, keep supporting the builders. And again, like even today, I don't think a lot of people watching this show knew about Xlink, knows what's coming for Xlink. So we keep the messaging strong, and just strap in, because our whole perception of this blockchain is getting ready to change dramatically, and we're just on the cusp of it.
Yeah, but also we also have to protect each other, you know, not in a centralized way, but there will be there are lots of noises, and there will be lots of noises coming. Just like what you say, when the user want to come to Stack, you know, I think the first thing they should do is, you know, go to your Discord or your Telegram. You know, if somebody's there holding their hand, making them feel safe, that would be great, because there were some incidents that happened, right? So, you know, we have been in this space for so long. We know a little bit of, you know, the nitty gritty. So that's another thing that I hope together we can, you know, create obviously we always say, you know, do your own research, right? Like a bang, bold, do your own research. But if there's information that you guys can,
we can provide tools to help them
tools.
do the research, right?
Yes.
And And it is, people don't like the word centralized, but there's a room for a centralized entity to kind of help organize these things and be a central point of access, or a point of access, a hub. But it's not going to be a centralized authority. It doesn't own that process. It's just providing those tools there,
information,
resources in a centralized manner so that people can find them, but not in a controlling way, not in an authoritarian way. It's not about decentralizing everything. It's about decentralizing the control and the ownership and the capacity to interact as you will, so to speak. So that's what we're building out. It is kind of a centralized entity, but centralized in location, not centralized in authority.
We like to say, well, go ahead. Yeah.
I wanted to actually reiterate, or just I'm super psyched about all the connectivity you have on Xlink. I didn't realize it was that extensive. So people can interact between stacks and a bunch of other Bitcoin L2s, EVM,
and native Bitcoin.
And native Bitcoin.
Yeah, native Bitcoin. So very soon the cross-chain swap is coming. So you can swap a cross-chain. It's intent based. Again, you want to fill the bridge, and then very, very soon these are really, you just need one Bitcoin wallet. You can do everything. We call it chain abstraction, right? You don't need all these different wallets. You remember like Bridge, MetaMask, that wallet. No, that's all gone. Very, very soon, you just need one Bitcoin wallet, and you can do all this cross-chain swap. And it's because of Alex and Xlink, the plumber, the not very sexy plumber. Sorry. and then, why do you want to do that? Because there are really good assets there that the Lisa is going to issue, and other builders are issuing right now, that you will have a use case to come to use your Bitcoin. So that's ultimately, I think, end of October, you'll see a lot of stuff coming out of Xlink, and then Alex, and then Bitcoin Lia BTC, the one you get the Babylon's yield, but you still can use in DeFi. That's coming out early November. And then the USD, the one that gets you the dollar, the treasury yield, the completely permissionless, that one is coming out early next year. And then those cross-chain swap and Bitcoin native most likely is before end of this year.
So
a lot is coming.
The USD product, the stable coin is going to be, is that LiUSD? Li?
They call it DUSD. I don't even know what they call it. Yeah, it must be.
Yeah. Oh, that's it's amazing. The amount of capacity and opportunity to engage in decentralized finance that Alex is providing is really amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for dropping all of this on us today. It's been amazing. We've had a tremendous response from the audience. You are extremely well loved. I just want to make sure, there was a couple of people that specifically XY0 wanted to make sure you knew he shouted you out and said hello.
Oh, thank you guys. I love you so much. I also, I'm going to make me cry. Okay, all of you here, you all made me cry because you know how hard it was past 4 months. You know how hard it was.
Yeah, no,
we never gave up. I wanted to say, Rachel, me, Chang, the whole team, we did not sleep for months. On the one hand, as a DeFi platform, who the heck is going to get the money back from centralized exchanges? I'm telling you, Rachel is really, together with the foundation team. The foundation team is working so hard. Okay, we are not giving up. We are doing all our best to get the money back. That's number one. Number two, thank you for all the support and love. You DM me on the Twitter. You support us. You never gave me a hard time. And you know who we are. We never hide. We are here and we are making things so much better. Everything is multi-sig. There's no more, pushing, because a lot of, new stuff coming out, like the stacking DAO with all these smart contract. Every time there's a smart contract, it's multi-sig. There's a DAO that's sending it. We make it so much safer. And for the X-Link, we already hired these two top-notch Web3 on-chain, signaling platform that are making sure things are good. So lots of stuff coming out, and never one day we will say, okay, we're giving up, we're leaving. No. And then after we reopen, thank you again for, we are still the bloody biggest DEX on Stack. Thank you. We you would be proud of us that when
And
I'm
Stacks
proud of
and
you. We are
Nakamoto is
proud of
out.
you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
we are proud of you. Here you are. Alex is still running. You're still providing all these services and helping us grow our ecosystem. Thank you. And yeah, we know, like, the nature of this space, we don't know what we don't know all the time, right? So we learn and we grow, and if we don't have bad experiences, we can't really grow. It's just the nature of existence, and
Yeah.
we come through it together as best we can. And what happened was horrible. It was awful. It was bad for our community, and thank you guys so much for persevering and staying true, because it would have been very easy to give up under those circumstances. So it says a tremendous amount about all of you, that you're still here, that you're still pushing, and that you're still putting out great products. It's awesome. So
and
thank
the
you.
reality is it's going to happen to someone again, because that's the nature of the space. And so Alex being there and already setting some paths and to try to mitigate the damage in the aftermath of something like that, that's also going to mean a lot. Because
we actually helped the other project. So what happened, thank you for saying that, right after, our dev didn't sleep, I think for like 2 weeks. We were all on the Zoom 24/7 for a few weeks. They developed this on-chain tracking, because Stack doesn't have that, right? So you say chain analysis, they should do it. They don't bloody come to Stacks, right? Don't have that. So we really, from the scratch, we developed this on-chain tracking, so we can track any wallets, right, that has these stolen funds. And we now have a script. We know how to talk to the central exchange, making sure, number one, those on-chain wallets are tracked, and number two, fund move to central exchange, you start talking to central exchange very quickly, so you can freeze the fund. So again, I don't wish this to happen to anybody, okay? But if you need it, call Peace Love Music, call Jack. They know where to find us, or DM us directly. We are right on there. We're helping. We actually help the other project.
yeah,
very,
when
very
it was a
quickly.
smaller scale, but
Yeah.
a month, 6 weeks ago, something similar happened to a DAO called Charisma, and there were Alex Dev was in the group chat when it was happening in real time, deploying these tools, making it able to find out where these funds went and contact the exchanges and everything. And because again, it is going to happen, and we have to stick together as a community and support each other in the best ways we can, because it's the nature of what we do. Anytime you're going to have explosive growth, you're going to have people trying to be bad actors and exploit them. And we're going, you have the biggest target on your back, because you spent the time in the trenches building and making Alex as big as it is. And so, thank you for your perseverance, and thank you for, everything all this time. Thank you for hanging out with us today. And but on a good note, I mean, we have a lot of positivity, a lot of good things to look forward to.
Love that conclusion. Thank you. Love you guys. Love everybody, on the chat sending me all this encouragement. Love you guys.
You know what? I just can't think of a better note to close this out on, right? It's We're looking forward. We learn from our past. Even the most tragic circumstances can have amazing results moving forward, and good things come out of it no matter what, as long as people keep moving forward. And that's what you guys have done. You've carried on. You've done an amazing job, and you're a great actor in the space, like a bunch of other people in this space. And it's actually why I'm so encouraged about the future of Stacks, because we have people like you, people like Jack, people like Hattie, who we just keep, myself too, I'll pat myself on the back. I'm perseverant. I keep going. Sometimes one of my earlier shows, I did a 15-minute segment live broadcasting with no audio, and I was by myself, so I didn't know. And it's embarrassing, but you just get up and you do it the next day. You just keep going. And that's the spirit we have here. We're all supportive. We're all supporting each other. And Chenta, thank you so much for coming out and chatting with us today. I really loved this. I think it was great. Thank you, Jack and Hattie and Nick at Bitcoin Live for handling everything in the back end and making it much easier. So I'm not bringing up images and stuff like that. It makes it go very smoothly. And I love what we're building here. The whole community, everything. Alex, the Rue community, Hattie's actually doing some work with Zero Authority down now, and everything else that's bouncing out of all of these things. It's amazing, amazing, amazing. I'm looking forward to continuing to use Alex and as part of my DeFi portfolio. I use Alex. I still do, and I have continued to use Alex all along. And I'm super excited to continue using it and see how big Alex comes back over the bull cycle that we're really just entering into. I'm super excited about it. I'm going to give you guys both a chance, or all three of you a chance, to have a last word. So, you know what, Hattie, you've been a little quiet. What do you got for us? Any final words?
Hey, I've got so many questions, and with all the things you're going to be launching, we really want to have you back, because I think the community needs to hear these things. And what I really want to tell you, after listening and being very quiet, and I was very quiet because I let the two experts talk, I'm super proud of what you've accomplished. I must really admit that I'm so proud. Not only have you gone through something as bad as you did, not only did you do it with your head held high, you also built tools to support the community, and you put the community first. And for that, I can only give you so much gratitude. So thank you very much. And you kept building. Insanity, you kept building. And you're coming out with these wonderful tools. So please, would you come back and talk to us some more about these tools?
Yeah, well, and I'll grab maybe Rachel or Chan with me, because Rachel is she's such a fantastic co-founder, and she's the one. We all work on Zoom, on Twitter, on Telegram. She made sure she's the one. She's the reason why we built so much and so fast. Really, she whipped everybody, including me. We have to get her out.
You need those people. You guys are always welcome. Our door is always open. We're happy to have you guys come out. We do the morning show. You could even come on. It doesn't have to be a long hour session, although sometimes I get chatty and it goes. Jack and I will be on there for like 2 hours sometimes just talking. But you guys are welcome to come in, and you guys are welcome to come on anytime.
Nobody does the laundry. You just shut it to her. Nobody does the laundry, huh?
Yeah,
I've been known to wear the same shirt for a couple days in a row.
Well, that's why you have two sides. You just, turn it inside out and it's still clean. You're good.
Oh my God.
That's
ladies out there, here you go. Here are your sexy plumbers there on screen.
No, thanks for chatting. It's been a pleasure corresponding with you throughout the years, and I am like super thrilled to see where we're at as an ecosystem. I feel like all of the groundwork that's been laid is finally going to pay off. And congratulations on all the building. And we're looking forward to seeing what's coming next, because just the news you dropped today, people have to digest that and understand what that means for them, because that's a lot of new opportunities opening up for the ecosystem.
Yeah, and I want to again, my heart is full. Thank you for including me, and thank you for never bash me, fight me, and always being so supportive around us, the whole Alex team. And you will see that you just need a Bitcoin wallet and you can do all these transactions and underlying smart contract stacks. That's what we are doing. You will be proud of us.
Yeah,
Amazing.
fantastic.
Amazing.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Super happy to support you. Thank you so much for coming on today. I love the space. I love what you guys are building. I love the energy and the never give up attitude. That's why we're going to make it, because we just keep going, and ain't no little thing like that's going to stop us. Right. Thank you so much. Thank you all for tuning in and watching. We've had a tremendous turnout. Everyone in the chat too. So great. Such a great time. Thank you, Alex. Go on to Alex, check them out. You can bridge your BTC, native BTC in there right now and start deploying it in DeFi. So, what are you waiting for? IMPs love music. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Hattie. Chenta, I'm so glad we had a chance to have an awesome conversation. This has been better than I could have imagined. And we'll have to do it again soon. Thank you, Nick from Bitcoin Live. Decentralized broadcasting is how we're coming at you. Nick, take us out.
Future finance in motion, real yield, real power. No lockups, no friction, just you stacking up. Turn your crypto into rhythm, let the yield flow free. No more waiting in the shadows for the next payday to be. It's the yield on the chain, yeah, liquidity stays. There for power in your wallet while you build up plays. Build a stacking in the background, silent win on repeat. You ain't gotta freeze the bag just to taste that heat. It's permissionless, composable, automated, and sound. When the world looks for the future, this the place it's found. No friction, no walls, no banks in between. Plug into the system, let the protocol beam. On-chain energy, every cycle we grow. Only one name you need to know. Just you stacking there. Let your crypto come alive. Just you stacking there. Liquid yield on the rise. Just you stacking there. Instant power you control. Real rewards, no delay. Stacking there. Let's go. Yo. Unlock motion while you're moving, keep deploying a stack. It's still compounding while you're trading, there's no holding you back. Earning real Bitcoin flow will keep it native and tight. Every builder needs a weapon when the moment ignites. You can idle in the system or you level your game. Stacking down ain't just a product, it's a new kind of lane. Where your assets stay liquid while you claim that growth. Good for future in your hands, you can feel that pulse. Compound while you move, stay free while you grow. Everything unlocked on chain and controlled. If you know, then you know. Time to let it be shown. There's a name they should know. Just you stacking there. Let your crypto come alive. Just you stacking there. Liquid yield on the rise. Just you stacking there. Smart
future liquidity. Real yield, no waiting. Builders already know. Just you stacking down.
Step in the future, no permission when we move. Bitcoin on the chain and the flow stay true. No middleman hands, only money that's yours. Tap into the source, this the key to the door. Let it flow, let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go further, we control the choice. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let it flow, unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed.
Never bow to the banks, let the freedom go live. We ain't talking about the future, we already arrived. No cap, no delay, this is real block time. Bitcoin in the engine and the yield stay prime. No keys, held hostage, flow stay trustless. Stacks to the core, but the base chain rugged. From the chain to the swap, everything on demand. If you're built for the winners, then you already understand. Now the trend is a net evolution in motion. Liquidity unlocked like the gates in the ocean. You can flex when you own, I beg for permission. Bitflow is the tool, execution with precision. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go farther, we control the choice. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed. No ceiling, no borders, this the true free world where the builders get paid, where the vision unfurls. Rooms BTC, stable flows in rotation. New era on the chain, this the price of innovation. You ain't gotta ask twice, it's non-custodial might. Every swap locked tight, every rate optimized. It's the layer for the legends and the ones getting in. No luck, only skill, this is where you begin. Every click in control, that's the anthem we preach. Bring value to the people while the old bank sleeps. Say the name with conviction, that's a lift off code. Bitflow, now watch the Bitcoin flow explode. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin with a real one stack. Let the signal make noise. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin. Swap smarter, go further, we control the choice. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin where the market gets deep and the liquidity deploys. Let Bitflow unlock your Bitcoin. Hit the chain, feel the game, watch the power get enjoyed. DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and GP. Keep you knowing the alpha keeps flowing. The hunters tools they be showing. The AI that be glowing. Consistent on the daily.
Good morning, my friends. Joel Pal Peace Love Music with another episode of the Let's Go Good Morning Show, brought to you live by DeOrganized Media in partnership with our good friends over at Decentralized Broadcasting. We are here to announce today's giveaway entry is about to open. Remember, the first 10 entries get a BoostX bonus dropped. Might be today, might be tomorrow when we drop that BoostX bonus because we are a little bit busy. But you will get a BoostX bonus if you are one of the first 10 people that responds. We have an amazing, we're doing a giveaway every week. We have an NFT giveaway weekly. Last week we gave away a Stacks Invader. This week we are giving away one of GPSC's own MemoBots Guardians of the Gigaverse collection. That is pinned in the announcement post this morning. You can see that if you want to. I'm not going to show it on here right now because darn it if I didn't get myself prepared to do that. But the entry is officially open. You guys can participate. First 10 entries again gets a boost X. Everyone that enters today between now and around 8:30 when we launch the news segment will be entered into the weekly drawing for the memo bot. It takes you 20 seconds. You just go to the pinned post that we have right now for this live stream that you're watching, and in the replies, just reply today's comment is we want you to drop your BNS name and what your prediction is for the STX price by the end of November. There should be some interesting answers as to what people are expecting over the next few weeks for the STX price. We are expecting it to go up here, actually, personally, but you never know. Some people might have opposing views. Eventually, we might start doing some extra monthly contests with some of these predictions. We'll see how that goes. I'm not entirely sure how we'll do it yet, but I do think we will do it. And as long as you see this here in the bottom, that says the contest is open. You guys can go drop it. If this is gone, or it says it closed, or this isn't here anymore, that means the entry window is closed. First 10, by the way, you have to get your answer in by 8 a.m. before we start the Whatever Morning Space. However, if you go into the Whatever Morning Space and you comment under the space, in the comments under the space, tagging, linking your comment under the live stream, you get bonus entries for the giveaway as well. That is it. We will be back in a little while, and I'm going to leave you guys with, I'm going to replay the segment we did with Resh, the vibe coding segment we did with Resh a couple days ago. It was really good stuff. I think you guys will enjoy it. Stay tuned. We'll be back at 8:30 with the live stream. Whatever Morning Space starts at 8 a.m. Lots of cool things to talk about, and we'll see you soon on the flip side. Peace out. All right, we have them in. We have them. So now I'm going to have to do this, and I'm not sure. What's up, Rash? How you doing, man?
Hey, man.
Good morning.
Yeah. Morning,
Hey,
morning.
Resh.
Hey, man.
Jim.
Morning. The legend has arrived.
I'm literally in between work. I was like, okay, let me jump on this because I honestly forgot about this until I saw the tweet out. I was like, oh, shoot, it is today.
It's all right. It is 100% machine washable. It says not to inside, and I was like, all right, my wife has this thing about, Resh, we're in the middle of we got some fly gear from Eric from X
nice.
Inc. And he sent us some stuff, so we're flexing on the show this morning about it. But my wife, so I'm wearing this unwashed, and my wife was like, "No, you can't do that. It comes with chemicals. You got to wash it." And I'm like, "Well, it's not gonna. It's machine washable." And it was like yesterday evening, and I was like, "Oh," she's like, "You can't dry it. We could probably wash it on delicates, but it won't be dry by tomorrow because my house is humid as hell, even though it's cold out." So I was like, "All right, I'll just wear it." So, but now Eric's telling me it is hang dry. It should be fine. All right.
Yes, sir.
So machine washable, delicate cycle, cold water probably is how you want to do it. Hang dry or lay flat to dry, and this will stay fly forever.
Just hers. Let's
I love the way this feels too.
Yeah, I'm comfy, dude. I'm comfy. This is very, very comfortable. I got that other hoodie over there, it's like all cotton. This right here feels like
All
feels
right.
good.
So the next segment we're gonna roll in. We got Resh in the house, guys. If you guys don't know, Resh is from he's from the Velar Exchange, also
with Boom now.
Boom Wallet. Oh,
Yeah.
just 100%. Not.
I just still do with Vela though, but mostly focused on Boom, to be honest.
Yeah, well, Boom's got some cool stuff coming. So, but you know what, man? I've always been a little bit hesitant since that time. You're like, well, don't tell.
Yeah. No, it's just because I don't conflict interest, number one. Number two is that I was also working on both sides, right? So it's a bit like, I wasn't sure how things would go down and all.
Yeah,
So
no,
then
I
said,
get
like,
it.
yeah.
That's why I was like, wait a minute.
No, yeah. Just that, I mean, right now, like, I'm just
Look,
focused on.
Rash is building a bunch of cool shit. You just gotta know. The Boom Wallet is one of the main projects that he's working on. I'm gonna ask you the question that Dan hates.
Yeah.
When?
Okay. Man, I honestly saw a GIF literally earlier.
When?
A meme of the. Have you seen the meme of these two otters? One holding a knife on the other otter's head, on neck, saying that when are you going to or something of that nature. I'll have to find the meme. It's really funny. So what has happened is that Dan actually created the entire app, already finished. Then he was not happy with some parts of the onboarding process, to be honest. I think he says it's going to be delayed by 2 weeks. But if you ask me honestly, I think we are ready. He is very cautious in terms of everything needs to flow smoothly. But you should be. But yeah, I mean, that question.
It's never going to go 100% smoothly when you're launching a new
100%.
product. It doesn't matter. Dan, I know you're watching. Get it out there already.
Let's go.
I want to play with Boom Wallet.
Yeah.
I want to start creating my smart
I need to
stuff.
drop a
I
song
want a
on
reason
there.
to create merch for DeOrganized.
I need
want
to
help
drop
Eric
a song
sell
on
some
there.
products through our shop.
DeOrganized is renting.
Going. I want Boom
We need
now.
that to work ASAP.
Dude, I've got collections. I got NFT collections that are unlaunched, and I want to launch on
We
Boom.
love you guys. We love you guys. I'm just like
He's been cooking nonstop, to be honest.
Good.
But we hopefully it shouldn't be too long anymore. We're also working with labs to onboard some of these communities that he's been working with. Then we're also working with, I think they receive grants as well called Blocklift. That's part of, I think they're working with labs again. So their
I
plan
don't know
was.
much about Blocklift. I have to do more
It's
research.
very interesting, to be honest.
I'm gonna have to get them on the show.
Yeah, you should get
Is it
them.
Neutron?
Neutron, yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Yeah. So I like what they're doing, the approach they're taking, everything to be on chain. So we said, okay, we can use Boom Wallet to help them get distribution and also onboard people onto the platform. So yeah, so that's the game. I won't steal any thunder from them, to be honest, because it's not my project to speak about. But you definitely got to have them on and ask them to share more.
All right. So I'm not really an expert on this because they only walked me through it once, and it was like a week and a half ago now. And I'm old, so I don't retain things like I used to. So I'm not sure exactly how it went. And I had Blockface and Hero on both at the same time. Blockface had me go through something called Chat PRD, and he gave me some prompts, and I'm going to give you a link to that. Let me actually find the link here. All right. So I'm not sure what we want to vibe code, but it's basically what we're looking to do is they had me make an updated landing page website for BitFlow that would be easy to onboard your mom kind of thing, right?
To the bank.
So
hold on, please. I'm getting the message. This GPT is inaccessible or not found. Ensure you're using the right account. Or do I need to log in first?
Maybe, or maybe this isn't the main. This is how I have it. Hold on. Maybe that's not the link to share it. In which case, that's the one. Oh, I don't know. Hold on.
Mine is opening.
So I think you're logged in. Yeah.
Yeah, you might just have to be logged in.
Mine is opening.
Because it's just a free to use model, but specifically to create a product requirements document.
Yeah, it pulls me up to like my personal GPT.
Yeah.
PRD. It doesn't pull me up to like what you're working on whenever I.
Right. It shouldn't.
All right, cool.
Okay, great. I'm in there now.
All right. And so what do you guys think we should do a PRD for today? What should we have Resh? What should we do a website for today with Resh?
Like a hype landing page, right? Remember that Stacks board I really was a fan of like Stacks board that to where you can buy these little ad spaces on.
Or
These,
what do you or Stacks? Well, all right. So hype landing page for what though?
I don't know, just the Stacks ecosystem in general. If somebody has something going on, it could be part of DeOrganized, and they go and they're able to plaster their little, maybe a JPEG or a PNG right there of some event that they have going on or a space.
Well, I think so. I don't really know, right? But what I think it's going to be easier to go with. Here's an existing product. This is what we want to. We want to make something for this, but tailored towards this specific type of user.
What about redoing the Stacks.org page, like landing page?
Oh, the apps page?
Yeah, the apps page.
I don't know if they'll. Well, we can always try.
Right. Give them an example of.
Resh, are you able to share your screen?
Oh yeah, sure. Let me close all the joking.
Right. It's best. I find it best if you just share the tab. By the way, are you in Chrome?
Yeah. I can just to be honest.
By the way, I'm on my new machine. Any dropping? Is my audio good?
Okay.
No, I'm clear, man. You're clear as a bell.
Awesome, man. Awesome. Got that Ethernet cable ran yesterday.
There we go.
Ooh.
So
No
what we
dangling the
want to
dongle?
do, Rash?
No dangle.
Let me put everybody over to the side. So let's do. You know what? Actually, let's do BNS1. Let's update BNS1 because they have a pretty good website, by the way. I don't have a problem with it, but maybe we do a website for BNS1. Do you guys think that's a good one? Or no? What do we want to? All right. I'm not sure what to do because we could do Bitflow again, but that's boring doing this sort of thing, right?
Over and over, yeah.
Hey, you guys, do you guys remember the page $1 million web page or $1 million website?
Yeah.
Is that the one that inspired Stacks board? I feel like I heard it somewhere.
Where you buy every pixel $1 a pixel, and it becomes the entire page has 1 million pixels, and that became a really sensational. Everybody was trying to carry it for hype reasons.
All right, so why don't we rebuild a web? We'll build that website basically, or the model for that website. So
what's the prompt?
So what I would do is there any? I would explain what it is that you want to build the website,
right?
And say something along the lines of, where I need a PRD to design a website, just the front end for now. We don't need any back end development, just a front end website design for a website that does whatever it is you want that website supposed to do. And then you want to put something along the lines of, I'm gonna drop this in the comments, in the private comments, but something along the lines of leveraging predicate, propositional, modal, and Boolean and third orders of higher order logic to consider the critical success factors before diving into creating the PRD. And indicate who who the website is designed for.
Demographics. It is 18 to 45, predominantly male. What else? Do you want to be the crypto degen? Or
I would say outline it. Not outline it. make it optimized for high
Engagement.
high engagement and conversion.
Okay, you mentioned earlier about produce it in a particular style. I mean that word, the PRD. What was it?
In a particular style.
So
it's just for the front end. It's not for back end.
Right.
Do we want it to look like Google? Do we want it to look like Microsoft designed it? Like what type of style?
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Because you can let me ask Perplexity, what's the most what is the best style for this kind of website in 2025 using the most recent the most successful principles in UI UX design. Sorry, the way I tend to do is based on how I think 300 does it. I do multiples, so then I get what I want. Just to follow.
And there's no wrong way, by the way. Like, this is really the most important part here is that, predicate and prepositional and like the modal, Boolean, all that stuff, logic. Making sure that you have that in there, I think, is part of the key.
So yes,
it's telling the LLM to make sure that it has all of the proper logic for the next AI that you're going to drop it into.
Got you. So the Boolean, does it have to be? Do I have to establish that, or is there a simple line that I got to write?
Did you put that in there already?
No, not yet.
So I put it in the
you put it in chat?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
So you might want to just change it from leveraging to leverage or whatever to make it.
Leverage pretty good. So, anything else?
Only if there's stuff you want to add.
Front in page, yeah. This the PRD should only focus on front end design. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. So main web page. Demographics.
Oh, it actually made a web page.
I asked.
Or did you? What did it? So what did it? Did it give you something yet? Or no?
No, not yet. I'm not running. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So it's thinking. So there's a few things I want to check with you. What does this sentence actually mean? predicate, propositional, modal, and boolean, and 3 orders of high order logic. I don't understand this part.
Those are all different kinds of logic that are a better language for the LLMs to actually understand.
Right.
So when it creates the PRD, then the PRD will be easier to understand for the next model. Quick question before all right, so what's it asking?
Quick roll. I'll just say, hey, I can help you with that. Quick question before I dive fully in and still deliver a complete PRD. What's your role in product? PM, CPO, founder, and what company project name should I reference in the PRD?
You probably don't even necessarily really need to do all that. I think you can actually just copy that PRD. So you're going to go, I just dropped are you familiar with lovable.com or
I know what it is, but I don't know the whole thing. God damn.
It's still writing.
Spitting out milestones? Look at that.
Yeah.
Once that's done, we're going to copy all of that and drop it into lovable.com.
Lovable.dev is...
lovable.dev, yeah.
There you go.
Why would you want to do this instead of just using Lovable, their own logic creator?
Well, PRD is really good at like structuring your product requirement document, but yeah, you could like just use Lovable, but like PRD is like meant for putting these.
The reason I'm doing it is because that's how they had me do it.
Yeah, the workflow.
Okay, because I'm using Bolt. Bolt is also almost the same as Lovable.
Is that Bolt.new?
Yeah.
So you should be able to paste that
just
right
paste it here. All right. Yeah.
Also using Google AI Studio, they also have the vibe coding where it's free.
Oh, I was so upset when I logged into Google AI Studio yesterday and saw that the video animation now requires a API key.
Yeah, I saw that too.
No more freebies.
Happy
face. At the very top, Rash. Go back to at the top of the field there. At the top of the go to the top of that. And then right above that, just put make me a website for this PRD.
Here's a question I want to check. So the entire PRD, do you just copy and paste, or is it best normally to convert it into a JSON prompt and then paste it in here? And do you put in a negative prompt as well?
Yeah, it works too.
You can do that. They didn't have me do that. My assignment was a little bit different because I was just basically I trained it on Bitflow and said I want to make a website specifically for Bitflow, but that is appealing to non-crypto native users like your mom or your aunt, or so someone that's non-crypto native, and it made it look like a bank website. That's
Let me see if I don't. Ever since spoke to Triana previously, we did a few things. The negative prompt thing has really helped tighten quite a bit of stuff. So I was always wondering that even what you're building now, does it for what website we're building, whatever we have done the entire PRD request now, if you convert into JSON prompt, is the outcome better? That's what I was trying to figure out.
Anna says it is, and I can see why it might be. They didn't have me do this last time, did they, guys? I don't remember now. To be honest with you, I'm not prepared. I wasn't prepared well for this, Raj. I was supposed to do this, and it was I was like, how did they do this?
Yeah, no, you didn't put it into a JSON last time, so it's going to be line for line. It's going to be a little bit longer as well. Yeah, we didn't use this step last time, but it might be, you know,
might be a better website. Yeah. You
Edit.
can try it both ways.
You could edit different portions of it a little bit better.
Damn, you're right. The negative prompt is really
like it'll spit all of
that
it
is
out.
the way I prompt.
Yeah, it'll do it, Resh. Like it's crazy how far I was able to spin up a website for the Gigaverse using the same workflow.
That website is nice, bro.
Yeah, I got and I've got stacks. Like I've got the authentication flow and all that stuff.
Oh.
The dude helped me on that. So like you can connect your wallet to it. So I just need to go in and fine tune all the little things on the website.
Oh yeah, that's what I had to do too.
Oh, we got Blockface in the house. Welcome, Blockface.
He's like, Peace is struggling.
Hey, Blockface, what up?
Morning.
Did somebody say pagan?
P-A-Y.
Just say his name 3 times. Yeah, Pierce.
Boom, boom, boom.
Not the Stack CMO, not the Stack CMO.
You is one.
So, Blockface, I was just inquiring with the gentleman here, all of them. The PRD, does it make any difference if you convert it into a JSON prompt and include a native prompt there, or just the PRD alone in normal writing style does the job?
You're asking fundamental questions which have libraries of people writing books about, if that makes sense right now. I apologize. Can you catch me up in terms of what you've done so far so that I can answer that question effectively?
Sure. So we were thinking in terms of what to literally vibe code today. And I was thinking like we were going back and forth. Do we make the stacks board? And I just remember the $1 million website or web page that was created many years ago, like 10, 15 years ago. So I said, oh, let's recreate that front end wise. And then we just find out in terms of description of what the website is about, what kind of style of the website we want, the demographics, and included the line. What was the line that you shared, to be honest?
Leverage,
a Boolean.
Propositional, predicate, propositional,
Yes.
modal, Boolean, and 3 orders of higher order logic to consider the critical success factors before diving into creating the PRD. So was it? That was all part of. That was all supposed to be in the chat PRD agent, right, Mike?
I love everything I'm seeing. I've never been more proud.
Let's go, dude.
Right. So then we just copy that, and then we convert it into the discussion literally came to, oh, does it change if we put in a JSON? So we just convert it to JSON.
Oh, wow.
And then
I've never seen that before. I've never actually done that step. That's even past what I've thought of. So congratulations. You're going past what I even thought of. That's genius.
That's thanks to 300.
That's a three, right? That's 300 trick.
That's so smart because the way I really wanted to answer your question is that these are statistical machines, which means that the same prompt in the same application in 2 separate windows are 2 different outcomes. Does that make sense?
Right. Got you.
So that's kind of like the fundamental. So the question is, and I won't belabor the point, I want to continue, is so how might we reduce the probability of the outcome, which means how might we become more specific about what we want? And what you just showed me with Rihanna's innovation on the product requirements document into JSON, I'm telling you, if nerds are listening right now, they're all going to copy what you just did by turning an idea to a product requirements document. And then once you have the PRD, which is a blog post, you then structure that data with JSON with specific values. You're going to 10 to 100x the specificity and decrease the probability in productive ways. So congratulations. I just wanted to say that.
Is it still working on the preview?
Yeah,
it's still working on this
But
page.
Blockface, wouldn't that mean that you are taking the job away from Lovable or any vibe code?
Look, there's whole products behind what you guys just did.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you. But what you're doing is perfect. Well, there it is.
Pixel on Zoom 100.
Okay, now can you go back to the prompt on the bottom left-hand corner? Okay. So
you're not logged in, right?
He is logged in.
I'm logged in.
So we are going to iterate on what we've just done here.
Sure.
Some of this prompt engineering is knowing some of the magic spell words to sprinkle, right? So Pete mentioned a lot of it. Predicate, propositional, modal, Boolean, higher order logic, right? Because while these are statistical systems, they can also be used to express logic. And again, logic is how I try to remove probability from the equation, if that makes sense, right? If I can, anything we do with computers can be expressed as a statement of logic, and that's why, to give you an idea how important logic is what's taught in philosophy, and Peter Thiel did a degree in philosophy at Stanford, right? It's one of the hardest things you can do at school. But if you can get the machine to do it, hey, maybe you don't need to learn it. You know what I mean, right? So what I want to do is complete this, which means we're going to go from idea to PRD to JSON to lovable to prototyped and now to published. You see in the top right-hand corner the blue button. Let's see what happens when you click that.
This one, publish?
That's right. Now, in the top right-hand corner, right beside that, you're going to see a pencil.
Right.
Now, can you type in your name and dash Stacks AI Guild? And now check mark. And now publish at the bottom once that little greeny guy goes away. Congratulations. The first iteration is complete.
Let's go.
Now you can click on that URL, resh-stacks AI Guild.
Which
right underneath publish. There you go.
All right.
Yeah, there you go.
Rash, can you drop that link in the private chat too, please?
Yep.
Congratulations, Resh. Resh, how do you feel?
Man, this is very interesting. Very, very interesting. I didn't know it was that, I wouldn't say that easy, but I wanted to get more understanding, very basic understanding, the logic that you wrote in terms of the predicate, the Boolean.
Yes.
Can you explain what that is? Because besides hearing words, I had no clue what that is.
It's have you ever come across these words?
No, a Boolean, yes, but not nothing else.
Okay. If I told you I had a GitHub for this already, would you believe me?
Why wouldn't I?
Do you mind pulling up this link?
I'm
I just dropped it in the chat. Yeah. To fully answer your question,
yeah,
you would have to take what I have here and put it into like Cursor or like Notebook LM, right?
right.
So I just want to tell you, like, there's a complicated answer. I know you want to go deep by the questions you're asking. Not everyone asks what's the significance of these logical statements, right? And so I can tell you want to go deep. So if you look at the PDF there at the top, with the bracket 8, logic, prompt like an Egyptian,
Yeah.
10 months ago. Do you see that? Yeah, the third, wait, go down one. There you go. So I came across someone on Twitter Spaces, and he was a bit of an eccentric, but he started roasting us on our prompting skills. And he's like, you guys don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, what do you mean? We're fancy boys, you know? Right? And
fanciest.
Yeah, the fanciest of boys, EOIS. And he said, if you understand how programming happened in the first place, you ever heard of Noam Chomsky?
Yeah.
Right? You know, I think he wrote Manufacturing Consent.
I don't know what he wrote, but I definitely know his name.
Okay.
That's
So
mine.
before he got into kind of the political, geopolitical realm, he became famous for, I think it's called Chomsky grammar. And he did, I think, just groundbreaking work on language itself. And
he was the head of linguistics at MIT.
Okay, there you go. Right? And again, fact check me on this, because it's been a while since I've seen it. But without Noam Chomsky, I don't think we have programming languages the way they're written today, fundamentally by John von Neumann and friends. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Someone had to really understand language and how we use it kind of ergonomically before we started programming with it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so if you look at Chomsky's grammars, it's all around the logic of language and syllable and placement of information, because we know that, you know, adjective before noun versus adjective after noun sometimes mean completely different things. And so, again, I won't belabor the point, but that prompt like an Egyptian is pointing at chain of thought. You know how we talk about agents, right?
Yeah.
One agent does this. That's called chain of thought. You'll see COT, right? But how might we chain thought without an understanding of logic, logical expressions? I'll stop there. It's a really deep hole, or
Well, you know what, Michael, we really do need to start doing a regular like a weekly or a couple days a week kind of segment with this stuff. Resh, by the way, what's your pretty impressive, right?
Yeah. So this I want to check with you. So for somebody who's doing pure vibe coding, Mike, let's say they literally wrote like a blog post, and then they, before going to JSON prompt, they speak to any LLM of their choosing, rewrite it in a condensed format, and let the LLM do that work, and also include a prompt like, how else would you improve this particular request or prompt? And then when it spits out that and you read, you're happy with that, and you ask it to convert into a JSON prompt, does that do all the action of what you ask it to do, like that the prompt of make sure it's predicate using all these different approaches? Does that already do that piece of work, or this line of prompt that you suggest putting in has to be added still?
What I think you're asking is, how might we achieve level of specificity that I can be satisfied with before I give it to the lovable to create. Is that
Yes, that is correct. But I'm also thinking like if I don't include that particular sentence that um oh my god,
No,
peace is setting, yeah.
You're saying something significant, so take your time. I want to understand it. I know.
No, yeah, peace was suggested that this particular
the logic.
yeah, the logic, yes. Leverage, predicate, propositional, model, and Boolean, and 3-order higher logic to consider theoretical success. Now, if I do not, anybody who does not have access to this particular information, and they just type it out in any chosen LLM, but what they do is they also just speak it to LLM. Like if you were to redesign what I rewrite what I do in a condensed format that anybody can understand, will it do what I just this particular line, or would it, or this line has to be included as well?
Keep in mind that the right answer for Gemini might be the wrong answer for Claude, might be the right answer for Lovable, might be the wrong answer for V0, or
sure.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, again, to adequately answer the point, I would again have to take a little while, but you are thinking about the right sequence, which is ideation, right? And then you get this PRD. Once you review the PRD, then you can refine into a JSON prompt. And what does JSON mean? It's showing what they call as key value pairs. So instead of saying, hey, I want a website and I kind of want the title to be this, and I kind of want the subtitle to be that, JSON says title, Rihanna Banana, subtitle, best artist on the planet, call to action, Rihanna, x.com, Rihanna, right? So it's the level of specificity that you're putting, and that level of specificity, just like it helps Rihanna make very specific movies and films, that JSON specificity of title this, subtitle this, call to action this, gives you that same power of specificity in creating prototypes with these LLMs.
Got you.
So it makes the specificity more understandable to the LLM.
Well, think about it like in real estate. There's one thing to have 100-page documents on a lease. It's another thing to have a data structure saying, rentor, piece, rentee, GPSC, amount of rent, this.
Right. It gives it, right. It structures the data in a way that the LLM can understand it.
So what you
said and then put it and then use it in a way that we can then also understand it back.
So what you just said there is an actual formal term in data. So in data, we have unstructured data and we have structured data. Unstructured data is just a wall of text, like this transcript, right? No speaker identification. But once we add speaker identification to everything we've said,
it helps right. It makes the conversation make sense. And rather than it looks like a monologue of one person talking to themselves potentially.
Now, so PRD, it's
I can't listen. I can keep going, but Zenny's waiting.
Yeah. Right, cool. All right, yeah.
I do get. I'm sure the hunters really are waiting.
Yeah.
But by the way, guys, Resh, I know you got time. Thank you so much for joining. You're welcome to play. We're gonna play some Find to Earn games. You can hang out and play with us if you want to. If you don't have time, that's okay. But we'll talk again soon. Either way,
Mike, thanks very much, mate. I appreciate it.
And I will be back. We will be back momentarily with Find to Earn rounds after a quick word from our amazing marketing partners. Stay tuned. We can just play them on. We can do. You share your screen and play one. Then I'll share my screen and play one. Then you share your screen and play one. We'll play 4. We'll each play 2.
Oh yeah.
I'll let you go first.
Oh, you want me to go first?
You know what? I'll let you decide. Do you want me to go first, or do you want to go first?
Rock, paper, scissors. Yeah.
I think 3 wants to go first.
Let's go. I'm sharing my screen now. Is my screen showing?
Hold on. Let me shut this music off here. And yes, you're ready.
Okay.
Find it, earn it, stack it up. Stack it. Quest for Bitcoin, never give up. Never. Stacks on chain, we light it up. Light it. Find to earn, yeah, we level up. Find it, earn it, stack it up. Play the game, let your score multiply. Send it trons, well, you know the vibe. Bitcoin energy, stacks for life. Drums hit heavy bass lines insane. Guitar shred through the blockchain range. GBSC drop codes, hands go wild. Peace, love, music with the energy style. Stack your wins, unlock the loot. Quest complete, now earn that proof. Every clue leads to digital gold. Bitcoin mission, brave and bold. Find it, earn it, yeah. Senatron, turn it. Stack the Bitcoin, burn it. Whole squad, confirm it. Lasers, power ups, flashing lights. Game night in the metaverse heights. Find it, earn it, stack it up. Quest for Bitcoin, never give up. Stacks on chain, we light it up. Fun to earn, yeah, we level up. Talks blow, drums crash big. Crowd chants echo like arena gigs. Bitcoin stacks, the gang's all here. Find to earn, the future's clear. Find to earn. Find to earn. Stack your wins. Stack your wins. Bring that speed. Game Master Senatron, let's begin.
I like it. That was really good. That was good. That
Oh,
was
nice.
Incredible. How do you get so many changes?
Oh yeah, I told you that I need.
I need to go to a Suno class with you guys. We talked about Suno like a month
You
ago,
have to.
and then like a month later, you guys. I remember the first time I showed 300 Suno. I saw the tweet where he's like, "If I win a Grammy, you're gonna buy me a Lambo. I'm gonna keep you to that." But like,
Definitely.
there's
a
a
yellow
lot of
Lambo.
changes there. There were like, what? I came halfway through the song, and
3.
there were 7 changes. How do you do that?
It's. I told you that I need a rock, dubstep, and a trap. So it mixed all the 3. So I put on the lyrics and I aligned that. I need the rock part to be this type, this segment of the lyrics, and I need the trap part, and I need the dubstep part. So yeah.
Look, you know how I've been teaching you guys like vibe coding and shit. You need to teach me what this magic.
We will. We showed Hero last week, and he
It's
made
time
like
for me to be the
awesome
beginner
script.
again.
There's
Yeah.
there's a Suno episode where we just did nothing but like breaking down how to put in like bridges and like
Oh,
chorus and
man.
all of that.
All right, are you guys ready for my first entry here? We
Yeah,
got.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
I'm rooting for you, peace.
Maps up, game game on, coordinates flash, let's go. Let's go. The crib, the drops go light and the show is loud. No cap, DeOrganized on the flow. Find the ones that rush, only legends in the know. Why don't we on the hunt again? Thousands drop, can you find and win? Locked in life, fair play, no turn. If you ain't tuned in, you'll never learn. Skull coin signal, boost stacks fire. Stacks that's higher while the crowd gets wired. Clues in the code, GPS desire. Heart rate climbing, stakes get higher. Why don't we on the hunt again? Cinetron lit, piece got the spin. DeOrganized worldwide, no concern. If you ain't playing, you'll crash and burn. No scripts, no cheats, all proof of skill. Bitcoin layers, stacking for real. Print, compete, and seal the deal. Runner forever, that's the thrill. Winners rise, maps fade to black. Fair game, live stream, never look back. Skull coin legend, track to track.
Keeps flowing and hunters tools they be showing. The AI guild keeps them in clips that be glowing. Consistent on the daily, they bring Bitcoin news. Ethereum, Solana, and stacks another L2. Showcasing new projects and giving you clues. Just do your own research and don't give us abuse. When the people are informed, peace brings on the chat. Spotlighting guests and filling up your bag. The flag doesn't matter as long as you grab. Take the gold mic and let us know where you stack. From the underworld, the game has arrived. Bringing the game to satisfy the hype. Hunters come running, it keeps them alive. Scouring the planet for the treasures inside. Stacks improvement takes a sip, innovate in the chain. Letting the community know is the name of the game. Spreading awareness and helping explain why Stacks is where it's at. We are pumping the name.
Every post is a signal. Give it fuel. BoostX, the social value layer.
Let's go. Good morning, my friends. It's your old pal Peace Love Music who forgot to turn on
DeOrganized media keeps the mind share. Growing in the morning with peace and
GP. What's up, guys? You all doing great today? This beautiful Thursday morning. Wearing my fly. This is so cool, man. I love this hoodie. This is the V3. It's why my hair is all messed up because I keep putting the hood on, taking it off. Feeling a little rough this morning. V3 from Eric X Inc. If you're not following, check him out. He was on the show yesterday. Really cool stuff he's got going on. How am I getting that? Weird. Just doesn't work that way. All right. So I hope y'all had a blessed day, and I hope y'all not too worried about the short-term price action because it's probably not getting better in the short term. Although now that I said that, that might spark the what is going on with this thing? I gotta adjust my setup. I just sitting around doing nothing all day, not taking care of the stuff I need to handle, like my hair. Thursday morning, lots to talk about, lots going on. The entry for today is closed. So we are doing a daily entry for a weekly NFT giveaway. We're giving away a awesome MemoBots Guardians of the Gigaverse right out of GP's own collection this week. You can actually go and check the post on it, see which one we're giving away. You have one more day tomorrow to enter. We've got a bunch of entries already, but you can enter every day. You just got to tune in when we go live at 7:30. I tell you guys what you got to do today. We were getting the stacks prediction on stacks price for the end of the month. Drop your BNS. And the first 10 are going to get a BoostX bonus for being early. It pays to be early to DeOrganized. Friendly reminder, this is a news show. We're providing news, information, some education, some entertainment, but never financial advice. Always do your own research. Never invest money you cannot afford to lose. That being said, take a look at the numbers. I don't know if you guys can see that okay, so I'm going to just make it a little bit bigger. We don't need all that side stuff anyway. Bitcoin coming in at 103, 174. That's not the worst place to be. We're on the right side of 100K. We are up again for the second day in a row, even though it's only slightly, not even a whole 1%. We are up. Ethereum's also up again for another day in a row. That's solid. Solana back up over 160, not making a huge move, but is up. What is Stacks doing? Stacks is on a deep discount, but it is up on the day, up about 1% at just under 36 cents per STX. Opportunity knocking, my friends. Fear and Greed Index is at the 24, way down in that fear range, almost into extreme fear still. But it is moving up a little bit from where it was yesterday. And the top three gainers over the last 24 hours, ICP making a run a couple of days in a row. Good for them. Zcash is still on fire. Oh, my goodness. And Dash up 16%. So we do have some runners, guys. If you've been in any of these projects and you've been holding, you're getting some reward. Don't forget, nobody ever went broke taking profits. It's important that you pay attention to that. When you have an opportunity to take profits. Speaking of from experience of someone who has not taken profits every time I've had the opportunity to. If I had, I might not be doing this show because I might be somewhere else with a little less riding on the outcomes of my day-to-day. But here we are. And I do actually love doing this, by the way. It's a lot of work, but I do love doing this. It forces me to pay attention to what's going on in the news, be aware of what's going on in the ecosystem, our Bitcoin and stacks and other L2s that we cover on the regular. By the way, if you have a project you're interested in sharing, we have these streams going all day. Obviously, we do the regular, we do the news, we bring on the homies, we have our segment early where we know consistently we're going to be live. But throughout the day, we're running a lot of repeat content, stuff that's been, guest content from the last couple of weeks, stuff that's topical and interesting. But we have a lot of space we can always jump in and go live with you guys, play around with your projects, talk about what you have coming out, whatever. And we're happy to do that. We love doing that, and it gives you a little bit of exposure. Plus, we're getting better in our processes of making that content more distributable down the line. So we're excited about that. Let's take a look at the news. What is going on in the news today? Senate Agriculture Committee advances crypto bill. U.S. lawmakers are quietly pushing forward new bipartisan crypto legislation under the Senate Agricultural Committee, focused on defining digital commodities and clarifying stablecoin oversight. This is tied to agriculture because digital commodities are digital representations of physical commodities. The bill aims to strengthen regulatory coordination between the CFTC and SEC while creating clearer guardrails for exchanges and custodians. Industry observers see it as a constructive step that could help bring long-awaited regulatory certainty to U.S. markets and set the stage for mainstream adoption. Charles Schwab reportedly preparing to offer crypto trading legacy investment giant. Financial titan Charles Schwab is reportedly finalizing plans to offer direct crypto trading, joining other legacy giants like Fidelity and Robinhood in bringing digital assets to retail investors. The move would expose millions of traditional brokerage users to Bitcoin and Ethereum without leaving the Schwab ecosystem. Analysts view it as a powerful validation of crypto's long-term integration into mainstream finance and a signal that institutional entry is still accelerating despite recent volatility. Potter isn't selling, Potter is buying. You're giving up your Bitcoin and your crypto, and the institutions are quietly buying it up while they're pulling the levers to help make the price less stable in the short term while they're accumulating. They're making their own accumulation phase. Don't let them. If you don't sell, they can't drop the price. It's that simple. Hold on to the things you have. And don't chase things that are garbage. That's also part of the problem. Everyone's looking for a come up and they want the next big thing. And they're throwing away the good thing that they have for a pipe dream. There's too much of that going on, guys. Have some conviction where you can build and develop and add value and keep working on that. Can't say it enough. Balancer finally explains $128 million hack. After months of investigation, Balancer has confirmed that the $128 million DeFi exploit traced back to a hidden rounding error buried in smart contract math. The flaw allowed attackers to manipulate token accounting in certain pools and drain liquidity before detection. The incident underscores how minor code logic issues can create massive financial exposure in automated protocols and has reignited discussion around formal audits and real-time security monitoring in DeFi. Japan unveils $6.5 billion annual investment in chips and AI. It's a big number. Japan announced a new national initiative to invest $6.5 billion per year into semiconductors and artificial intelligence as part of a push for tech self-reliance and economic resilience. The program will fund research, production capacity, and AI infrastructure with the goal of reducing dependence on imports and strengthening innovation leadership in Asia. It positions Japan as a key player in the global chip arms race and may drive new collaborations with Western AI firms. Prediction markets rising as a new asset class. Big prediction markets, you might say. Prediction markets are shifting from niche experiments to a mainstream asset class, with crypto platforms now tokenizing bets on politics, sports, and macro events. Rising on-chain volume and institutional curiosity suggest a future where crowdsourced forecasting, excuse me, a future where crowdsourced forecasting competes with traditional derivatives. Advocates say the trend reflects a new intersection of entertainment, data analysis, and financial speculation, a sector ripe for growth as regulatory clarity improves. And this is my favorite story of the day, although I didn't actually have an image to go with it, so I just linked the Stacks wallet page for the Stacks ecosystem. Stacks adds Wallet Connect support for seamless app linking. Let's go. This is actually a big deal, and it came kind of quietly because there's so much other factors going on in the ecosystem in general. The Stacks ecosystem just launched Wallet Connect integration, expanding support for multi-wallet connectivity across Bitcoin layer apps. The update simplifies user onboarding and reduces developer friction by allowing dApps to link directly with popular wallets via the Universal Protocol. It marks a major step towards broader interoperability and positions Stacks as a front runner in bridging Bitcoin security with Web3 utility. Adoption metrics will be a key indicator of ecosystem growth ahead. This is a big deal. A major step toward broader interoperability, positioning Stacks as a front runner in bridging Bitcoin security with Web3 utility. Big deal, guys. This is huge, and it kind of went under the radar because we've got so many things going on, and we're a little bit like, here's something. We got dual stacking that people, if you're unaware, dual stacking is a mechanism that allows you to put your Bitcoin onto Stacks. It's still Bitcoin. It's a one-to-one bridged in, a trust mitigated bridge system that ultimately will be completely trustless. And you can put your Bitcoin into Stacks. Stacks is a Bitcoin wallet. It's every Stacks wallet is a Bitcoin wallet, no matter what wallet you're using. And you can put your Bitcoin into Stacks. And by participating in the proof of transfer mechanism, holding some Stacks and stacking your Stacks, which ties Stacks to the Bitcoin main layer blockchain, every Stacks transaction is finalized on Bitcoin. You can earn 5% on your Bitcoin while it's still in your wallet, and then go put it into other very robust DeFi ecosystem projects, platforms like Zest Protocol. You can lend it out. Granite, you can lend it out, borrow against it. You can use it in the pools at Bitflow. You can earn yield that way. There's lots of opportunity here for you to earn more yield, but you don't even have to engage in any of that to get the 5%. You just have to hold some Bitcoin and hold a little bit of STX at 36 cents. You can buy some STX, start participating in proof of transfer stacking, and earn yield on your Bitcoin. That just went live a week ago. And now we have Wallet Connect, and we have a marketing presence that's about to form in the ecosystem. Stacks is absolutely on the rise from here. You just got to rise from the ashes, guys. Hold on. Just don't capitulate, because the opportunity is here. So that is the news for the day. I'm going to just bring on the homies here. We got Orange is with us as well. Let's go. Let me bring on the guys here. Let's see. GP in the house. Good morning, my brother. How you doing, man?
Hanging in there the best that I can. That's all we can do, man.
Auntie's doing okay?
Yes, she is. She is. She's back home, sound, sleeping, resting, and just recovering, man. So scary day for the family, and seems like she was in good spirits. She didn't seem like herself, but like she was also going through some stuff. So she's doing better. My mom, I was concerned for my mom because she was up there by herself with my aunt. So it's everybody is home, safe and sound.
Nice. Good to hear it, man. Good to hear it. Orange is in the house. What's up, Orange? How you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm very happy to hear that GP and his aunt are doing well. So, can't be a better day, right?
Better days, dude. Better days.
That's right. Right on. 3 Hannah in the house. Oh, wait a minute. You're doing something. Hold on. We don't. Your mic is muted. Let me hold on. Why do we have no audio?
Oh, it's the game master.
Today we're starting with find the end. Orange, can you share?
Metatron in the same place at the same time.
I have not. Can we?
GM. Hope you're good.
Yeah, dude.
Good morning, man. Good morning.
We meet GP.
Missed you too, buddy. Day wherever I missed the morning show. I'm just like, man, what are the guys up to? What are we up to right now? And I tried to jump in from the hospital, man. They got shitty Wi-Fi, man.
Yeah, they got shitty Wi-Fi. Probably the food probably is terrible too.
It is, but yeah, it's sustenance,
So-
Well, right. Some calories is better than no calories. Usually.
Yeah, surviving off of the the vending machines isn't fun.
No. Get some Fritos.
So yeah. Me this side, I'm fighting with the rain. It started raining. Now rain season is here, so my internet is bad. Battery almost running low, but it is what it is. We keep showing up.
We keep showing. That's it. We just keep doing it. Some days are better than others, and we just keep cranking. So, Orange, what is this? What am I looking at here? The solid intel at a Bitcoin price of 100K, approximately 57% of total investment capital remains at a loss.
Yes.
That's an interesting number because we haven't been over 100K for that long.
No, exactly. So imagine how much money has been put into BTC after 100K. It's 75%, which is fucking awesome.
That tells me that the price should have gone much higher than 120K then.
Yes, but that's also the reason why we are down around that number right now. Because if you can make people sell under 100K because they are scared they are losing money, you can create a cascade event and basically get more BTC for cheaper.
That's exactly why I say don't sell them your crypto. It's such a. I'm disappointed with the way the cycle has gone. To be honest with you, we had the run up early. We actually made an all-time high before the halving, which is uncommon. And that was a year and a half ago. And then it's just been
different. It's much different.
It's very different. It's
what I
been very
learned for your cycle to be. It's like been much different is what and you're not the first person that I've heard say that too, like that it is different, that it is moving and acting a lot just like somebody else completely.
Right.
So the thing is, you have to take into account that the not the future, but the past. The past is can't rhyme, or can be the same, but it always rhymes.
Right.
So somewhere in the middle, you can see what is happening, and that's the same. but also you cannot make assumptions, because if you make assumptions, you will be disappointed.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. History doesn't repeat, but it often rhymes.
Yes, that's the one I was looking for.
But it also, like, you cannot. What? So you're not going to get the same outsized returns cycle 2 versus cycle 1, and you're not going to get the same outsized returns from cycle 3 for what you did in cycle 2. There's the law of diminishing returns. That should also correlate into a law of diminishing corrections, so the corrections shouldn't be as severe. So
in a non-manipulated market, yes.
Well, but is there such a all of the markets are manipulated?
Sure, but BTC or Bitcoin, it's not as mature as of yet.
No, but it's more mature than it was 4 years ago.
Absolutely.
So I don't think we're going to see I think eventually we're going to see 50K again, but it won't I don't think it's going to be in the short term. I do think we should have another. I mean, alts haven't even really had a run.
So what I'm thinking, and that's just me, someone who doesn't have any experience in anything. The ETH ETF staking, if I'm correct, still has to be launched or approved. And the thing with the Bitcoin ETFs was that if you the SEC approved it, and one of the conditions is that you can rotate your Bitcoin ETF into another ETF without really selling your Bitcoin. So the thing is probably that we will see Bitcoin go up, and when ETH staking goes live, you will see a rotation from Bitcoin into ETH and ETH into altcoins.
I think you will see that. I do. I think, to be honest with you, it seems like TradFi has kind of settled on Ethereum being the platform they're going to start building out their stuff on.
Yes,
that's what it seems like to me. So you're going to see profits rotate. But if there's no profits right now, how the heck do we have $102,000 Bitcoin and more than half the market's out of profit? That doesn't seem to make sense to me.
Everybody FOMO'd after 100K.
Yeah, you also have to see, well, is it if 63% of all wealth is above 95K. So there has been a large increase the higher we got.
Right. But does that mean that, I guess I don't know. I'm not sure how it's going to go.
No, we can't know. It's just a piece of information which I found very interesting.
It's well, we'll just have to keep building through the bear, right? That's really all we can do. We keep building. We keep building our shows. We keep building our community. We keep building up and lifting up the projects that are building sustainable models within the ecosystem. And we just soldier on through. We tighten our belts, eat a little bit of lower cost food for a couple of years, and come back.
Kidney, go out there and show some leg for a little bit for some change, do some strange things for some change, and DCA my bags while building change.
And that's it. DCA. And don't forget to take profits, guys. We say this all the time. That's part of it too. I don't ever sell my Bitcoin. I haven't been accumulating Bitcoin recently either. I've been focused on some other projects and other things, and also bootstrapping this project, so I don't have the same kind of income to discretionarily accumulate like I had in the past. But when you have the opportunity to take profits, don't be afraid to pull the trigger. And taking profits doesn't mean selling the whole bag. It could be we DCA in and we DCA out. So if you have 100,000 STX, I do not. I'm not close to that, by the way. But if you have, I'm just using it for math. If you have 100,000 STX and you got in at 40 cents and it goes to $3 and you didn't sell 10,000 of those STX at $3 and get a lot of and de-risk your bag, shame on you. That's your fault for not taking advantage of being early. There's you want to be early so that you have that opportunity. You don't want to FOMO into something when it's at the top. This is not financial advice. I actually think that Zcash is a good product for what people use it for. I know Orange is more preferential to Monero, but there is a use case for these privacy tokens. But I wouldn't buy Zcash at $500. I didn't buy it at $400. I didn't buy it at $350 because I'm like, this is already way up into the stratosphere on the charts. It can't sustain this price for very long. Might be some manipulation going on. You don't want to be the bag holder at the top, waiting for it to come back.
Are there anybody building privacy layers on stacks for Bitcoin right now?
I've heard it teased. Munib actually said something about it like a week or two ago.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard anything definitive outside of that. So I don't know.
I wonder. There was, like Brad was bringing to my attention, some transactions that were going through or not going through for Zest that were coming from outside contracts earlier today. Somebody experimenting with the chain, trying to bring some innovation, and Trip chimed in and said that they were coming from these contracts where the code is a little bit like it's different. It's not so forward facing and human legible. So like maybe that is some type of privacy thing that somebody's working on. Who knows?
I did hear like what Trip was talking about was that guys are trying to. Some of the builders are building code they're making it more obscure copy so that the contract language is harder to find, harder to duplicate, which makes sense from a traditional development standpoint, but that's not open source at that point, right? It's kind of opposite of the ethos there. If you're building to be closed source in an open source network system, that's a red flag too. The contracts shouldn't be the contracts shouldn't be obscured.
Right.
It shouldn't need to be obscured in order to actually have privacy in the transactions.
Exactly.
Maybe it's just like something that they're building for the meantime. This is the way that they're doing it, just to hide what they're building, to so people aren't seeing what the product is too early. Or we have some really smart people in our ecosystem that will figure out what you are building really, really quick. So I don't know. Yeah, but I do agree. Open source, so like let everybody see what's going on. What you are working on is the way. So.
Most people's contracts now aren't novel anyway. They're borrowing from the existing library and all sorts of ways.
Yeah.
So if your model requires you to make it hard for people to duplicate the contracts you're using, you probably don't have a good enough moat to begin with.
Exactly. Because you cannot see if the contract has any red flags, as you mentioned. Just an example. If you put something in the contract that will be a harm for the users, and you cannot see if that's happening, how do you know if it is happening with the real products they are making?
Right. Right. How do you audit the contracts? Now we're at trust me, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, dude, not trust me, bro. How did we get here? We're
Right.
trying to make these
And I
trust.
don't know specifics. I don't think he mentioned specific contracts that he was looking at. And like we've had a few. Trip actually, I meant to thank him this morning publicly on the in
We
the
love you, Trip.
when we were here. I've actually had 3 of my 6 awardees for the Blue Sky track submit their milestones for milestone 1. 2 of them are actual like smart. One of them is the AI Guild, which is really easy for me to review.
Yes.
There's not a lot of technical stuff I have to go into, and but I can't read smart contracts and actually determine whether they're actually functional or what they're doing. So I actually asked Trip to look at a couple of these for me. Both of them, he said they were good. They were one he was very impressed with. Both of them, he said were good products and good development. And shout out to him for being available. It didn't take him long to do that. I wouldn't have been able to get past that at all. So. But there are but these guys are building contracts that are they are duplicatable, and all of the smart contracts on Stack should be duplicatable. You should be able to go and read them and see what's on them, and copy it. If the idea that you own an idea because you created a smart contract first is the wrong way. That's not how. I understand the concept of, patenting and copyright and all of that stuff, intellectual property. But you shouldn't be able to be the only one that owns an idea because you developed it early. When we all can think of, like, some of these things are kind of really almost no-brainer use cases. You don't own a use case. You can't own a use case, and people should be able to build the best options in the marketplace for the users. It should be open. It should be competitive, and there should be multiple options for users to choose the best way. And if your model isn't the best way anymore, you shouldn't be able to rest on a smart contract because you created it first so you can extract value from other people that improved upon it, and you're not doing anything to make it better. Like, you can't just make something once and then live off of it for the rest of your life. That's not how the world really works. You need to eat every day. You should be able to find your food every day. We should be seeking to create a life of abundance, but you can't do that by it's the same thing as the scarcity mindset. If you're afraid that someone's going to come and take your idea, so you're going to obscure it, you're worried that there is not enough to go around. 8 billion people on the planet. Find your niche and appeal to your user base. That's it. That's all there is to it. Guys, I'm rambling because I don't feel good.
You're doing good, man. You're doing good. Like, I feel like there's plenty of new innovations coming out of D grants, and people are experimenting with the chain, seeing what they can do, which is good. We have it's been stated on a couple different reports. Electric Capital is the first that comes to mind, that our dev ecosystem is number 5 out there of all blockchains. So there's a lot of people coming here building and experimenting, and we're gonna see different ways people that experiment. And I haven't seen a whole lot of this type of people talking about hidden contracts and people not being so open source and showing people what they're building. This is a good conversation. So I think that we haven't talked about this before. Maybe we should. So I don't think you're rambling at all.
The thing is do you want to make 50% of your let me start again. Do you want to make 100% of 0, or do you want to make 50% of 100? So if you don't have any users and you want 100% of that, you still have 0. If you have 100 users, but you risk that people might go somewhere else, or you don't make more than you want, it's still more than 0. Always more than 0.
Right. No, it's true. I mean, it's fractured liquidity is an issue. Like there's too many tokens in the ecosystem, in not just stacks, in like all over the place. It's too easy to create runes, so the good runes projects get decimated because they can't get any traction, because again, people aren't looking to participate to be part of the community a lot. They're just looking to participate because they think that they're going to buy something, hold it, and then sell it for a profit and then move on to the next one. There's still too much extraction in the processes here, I think, is really the bottom line. But that's human nature too, right? Everyone wants to be able to make as much gain with as little effort as possible. So how do we build that into a more holistic paradigm, I guess, is really the key.
It's mind shift change for the whole society, or at least community for us.
Oh, is that all we have to do?
Everybody.
That's it. We just have to change everybody's mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Honestly, that's true, though. It really is. It's a mind. I've been working on trying to change people's mindset for a long time, guys. A long, long time. Sometimes I'm effective, but the problem is that we're up against a media machine that doesn't want us to actually have any independent thought, and speak of the devil.
Yeah, dude. She's Nancy Pelosi, man. What are we going to do with our copy trades, Peace? What are we going to do? She's retiring now, man.
She's retiring?
She's retiring at the end of her term, man.
That's wow. That is breaking, man. That's breaking news. That's interesting. I thought she was going to be dragged kicking and screaming, or maybe out on a gurney or something as she passed out.
Still be in her hospital bed, and she'd be
like Einstein. We're going to keep her here until she's actually dead.
Trading at a higher level than most traders, and hopefully maybe we don't see the copy traders crying on the timeline. They don't get wrecked. But I think her term, Nancy Pelosi's term, is up in 2027. So you have a whole another year of copy trading that you could do, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, and I suspect she'll still have some tradable information in retirement.
Yeah, I think so too. So people already have a hook on her portfolio. So if she's still trading, people are going to be copy trading her.
Yeah, I think if you trade it right now, based on percentage that you could have won, is the invert of Kramer.
Yes,
maybe that's it. Maybe she's not corrupt. She just inverse trades Kramer, and we all thought that she was corrupt.
Well, that's exactly. I saw on the timeline that Kramer was also calling this,
the bear. He called for the crypto winter. Thank God. This has to be the bottom, guys. This has to be the bottom.
Signals for
I can't believe Nancy retiring, though. I don't even know what to do about it. Like, this is like, on its face, it's like, yes, thank God. But what do they have planned?
Yeah, what does current term means? Because if she can move her term, does it mean that she can rule until the year 2100?
Right. Well, right. It's going to be Netanyahu, but in Congress,
Exactly.
We're going to, oh, no, I can't be replaced because we're at war, constant war. Oh, and now, what do you mean there's an incentive for us to just keep fomenting war or I'm going to go to jail?
With Putin, you see that with Erdogan in Turkey. You see it in China. You see it everywhere.
So this is another one that I saw on the timeline yesterday. So DeFi is failing its users when curators act like black boxes. The recent beefy silo Valamore XUSD situation proves it. So I think this is referring to Morpho insolvency.
I'm not familiar with this at all.
Okay, so people were talking on the timeline, across the timeline, about DeFi failing across the board. Right, we had a big hack with another. Who was it? I think it was the balancer or Bera chain got exploited, and then shortly after that, this happened to where this XUSD stablecoin depegged, and I do believe Morpho is like Bitcoin DeFi on EVM, so Ethereum based. So it looks like, there's a lot of different things that are Ethereum based, just keep getting exploited. So the way I saw it spoken on across the timeline was this balancer, or these chains are copying Ethereum's code, which has a core issue, that got exploited way back when, and they're not fixing the problem with it. So whenever they're copy paste chains and they just tweak a little bit of this, a little bit of that, they're not addressing that main issue that allowed. This was a multi-chain, like that balancer was a multi-chain hack. It was like I think it was like $123 million, and different chains reacted.
Well, and not for nothing, but the fees on Ethereum are so low now. Like, why do I need an L2?
Right. Yeah, an L2 for Ethereum. I get that. Yeah, it's cheap. It's very cheap. And this is the balancer exploit that we're talking about here, guys. If you wanted to check it out. Alert: new analysis says that 116 million balancer exploit was carefully planned for months. Funding came via tornado cash trickles. No obvious OPSEC leaks. So, just insane stuff. This was a bigger hack. 116 million was the number. But there's different chains that were exploited. Let me see if I can't find some information. This person had a very good breakdown on it as well. So we take a look into this. This happened this week. This all happened. Also, one of the treasury companies started selling just a little bit of Bitcoin. So that's something that we could talk about. This chain, this hack, along with insolvencies, and then Bitcoin treasury companies starting to sell off a little bit of Bitcoin. Is this just a start? Company sells 970 Bitcoin. Saquon's Communications offloaded 970 BTC, cutting its debt to 94.5 million. The first Bitcoin treasury firm to sell its holdings. I don't know if it's worded correctly here. I don't know if it sold all of its holdings or what, but they have a fiduciary responsibility to protect their users' investments. So I guess they de-risked a little bit here. Is this like the beginning of a cascade, or is this like something that we just see one company do? Like, what are our thoughts about these treasury companies? And then when it comes to cost of operating, like, and having to sell a little bit of Bitcoin, what does that do? Everybody starts to sell, right? Everybody starts to see these big players that have accumulated a lot of Bitcoin selling a little bit to cover operation costs or whatever it is. What do we think happens from this? Is this the first? Are they capitulating?
Well, and I called this several months ago when I was reporting every day, and it occurred to me after I started seeing more and more companies adopting this. For a long time it was just Sailor, and then Metaplanet was starting to do so. We've been brewing this for so long that Metaplanet had just started when I was starting to do a daily news. So I reported on it regularly. And a couple months ago, it occurred to me that this could be the catalyst to bring on the crypto winter, the bear market. I don't think that we're here yet, because I don't think that institutions and mass adoption is slowing down. I think that they're actually speeding up. I think they're just manipulating the market so that they can accumulate more. I just don't understand. Things don't necessarily line up. I don't understand how you could have nation states and institutions and all of that buying up Bitcoin to the extent that they are and not have the price actually like a 20%, 30% run up is not what you should expect in a situation like that. It should be significantly more. So I'm not sure how we got to where we are and where it's going. But I do think so. Here's the thing: if you're a company and you're issuing corporate debt so you can buy Bitcoin and put it on your balance sheet, and the entire market collapses, and the value of your stock goes down, you have to sell your Bitcoin. You're going to be forced to sell it. And so if that becomes a trend where so many companies are suddenly forced to sell all at one time because of a market correction in the stock market and crypto, then it's a race to the bottom. But it'll be really quick. It'll be a fast turnaround because
it'd be like this.
He'll be the opposite of that.
But we have seen that with Germany, right? At the beginning, when it was 50K still, and Germany was selling every
Germany sold all of their Bitcoin when it was 50K.
Crazy, dude. They were like the ones that were the most bearish on Bitcoin, it seems like.
That was so ridiculous. Like, why are they doing that? But that's the thing, and that's the Germany represents the EU. The EU represents the long established traditional system. The traditional finance system is, the big banks, the established political entities, and they don't want this because they want to be able to be centralized and controlling. So we're up against a pretty tough machine right now between, big business wants to make money. What's that?
I'm too bad that it's not centralized anymore, or at least the libertarian views are overshadowing the centralized viewpoints. Because
in the government,
yeah. So if you want to keep control, what is the best thing to do? Is to make sure that everyone in your country is under surveillance, is doing exactly as you want, so that there is control and nothing really in the extremes are happening. But if you see how the European Union is treating everyone to come to Europe from nations that don't align with their values, that's increasing the uncontrollability you have within the European Union. So there is, in some parts, they want control, and other parts they don't want to control because of the libertarian viewpoints. So it's very contradicting to each other.
Right. Well, even the idea of libertarianism is almost like a self-contradiction because you're engaging in government to diminish government. Like it's a weird model. It's a weird idea. It's kind of almost non-functional when you look at it because the whole paradigm is messed up because everything is not on the up and up. That's the truth of it. Like our elections aren't legitimate. People, the will of the voters isn't actually what determines the outcome of elections. It's all determined beforehand. You said, you want to be able to mass surveil people and control and be able to monitor what they're doing and control what they're doing. Well, they already established that a couple decades ago with Google and X and Facebook and all of those mechanisms. X is more open than it was, but YouTube is all clamped down. They created these open systems, get everyone to adopt them, and then turn them all into these actual surveillance and censorship mechanisms that you can't get out of, you can't get away from. that combined with traditional media, and the messaging is just there's this constant messaging of don't do your own research. You can't have an opinion unless you're an expert. Oh, and we're the experts, so we're going to tell you what your opinions should be. And if you have a negative opinion or a position that we don't want to be supported, we're going to downrate your content so your friends don't see it, your family doesn't see it, your peers don't see it. And we're going to also constantly be reinforcing their opinions with all of this other content we're going to push out there, so that when they do actually end up getting a chance to be exposed to your ideas, you're easily marginalized. This is by design. This has been on purpose for a long time.
Of course.
We have a big problem. We really have a big problem.
You know the saying, right? Strong men create soft times.
Strong men create easy times, creates weak men, creates hard times.
Yeah, hard times make strong men.
Yes,
easy times make weak men, and the cycle continues.
Exactly. I think we are now at the part that we are so comfortable and easy that every setback will be creating the illusion of hard times until hard times really are coming, and then we have a problem.
So just wanted to give a big shout out to the Nakamoto One team at Nakamoto One. They joined the meme coin sprint, the Zest meme coin sprint. So if you are in the Zest Discord, you can go pack your bags. We have daily rumbles, content contests, all that good stuff. Big shout out to Jerry, my guy Jerry, out here grinding.
They are on Fine to Earn. They participate. They do their own bounties on a regular basis. They really are a strong project in the ecosystem. Great community. Obviously led by Joe Vez from Lunar Crush, who's also a very, very supportive of lots of projects in the ecosystem as well. So huge shout out to the Droid Project. And you guys definitely need to be over in the Zest Discord and participating. GP's got so much stuff going on over there.
It's 1,000 things going on in the Zest Discord, man. A lot of fun. We have weekly screen shares where we're doing content contests and workshops together and kind of showing some cooks that I got going on. Did you guys see this AI BTC stuff too? The proof of coffee order that they've got going on. So
I did. I participated in that last.
Yeah.
I thought they have a weekly space every Thursday. Mm-hmm. It's oftentimes at the same time as the B Pepe space, so I can only do one or the other. But last week I actually ended up half in the B Pepe space, then went over to their space and caught the coffee. The proof of coffee contest and it's super easy, by the way. You just take a picture of yourself. You got to go to their website. It's a testnet website, so you got to change to testnet, connect your wallet, and then you just go on X. You make a post of yourself drinking coffee, and then post the link in the thing, and I think I got like $20 worth of BTC or $25 worth of BTC or something like that too.
Giving out some sats, man. They're giving out sats. It's a good one that you can go. I don't know that this is ongoing. I think it's one per day that you can do this. But like, hey,
what? I could have made $100 to $140 in BTC this past week.
Insane, dude. Insane.
I didn't know it was every day.
We need it. Yes, dude. This needs to be like retweeted from the main Stacks handle. Let them know that, hey, you could come over here. Our builders are like doing cool stuff, and you could go prove that you're drinking your coffee and out here building the change and earn some BTC for it. So I think that's dope. There's another thing. Oh yeah, it was on my timeline. I just wanted to show off this giveaway that I got going on for a what am I doing a giveaway for? But I was showing off a Cryptonaut skin that I made, and people are getting it right off the bat. Of course, like Jack knew who it was, Trip knew who it was right off the bat. But check this out, guys. So I made this skin for a Cryptonaut, which is
he's new right off the bat.
Yes, this guy right here. Who does this look like?
Is it Voltron?
Yes, dude. Yes.
There you go. There you go, Peace.
You got it, dude.
I was around when Voltron came out. I used to watch that cartoon show. I didn't have all of them, so I could never create the whole one, but I had like 4 or 5 of them. I guess I didn't have 5 of them. I had at least 3 or 4 of them between me and my brother. But we
Defender
never
of the
whole thing.
universe.
Yeah, so got a little giveaway going on for people who guessed, correctly. They dropped their STX address and all of that stuff, and you could go over here and win a MemoBot NFT for just doing the regular liking and repost, tag 3 friends, drop the name of the character with your STX address here. Got Jack coming through saying this is based, and then of course Ace. Big shout out to Ace. I am following Ace. I don't care what X says. I'm following Ace. If you're not following Ace, that is Ace Band 2021. But he posted a picture of the Voltron stacks.
Oh, does he have that?
I don't know. I don't know if he's like the one that owns it or not. But whoever got this one of one,
I pulled none of the special skins on that game.
Oh well, I swept the floor. For one of those Gigaverse backgrounds that I did. I'll send it to you. Send me your wallet. Which wallet you want, and I'll send it to you.
Actually, my wallet's right in that post.
Yo, bro, can't have the legend not having a one of one.
I need a one of one.
Come on, man. Come on.
I actually was the most efficient participant in the Stacks Invaders mint. I had the lowest cost per win in the original Stacks Invaders mint.
You definitely want to be following the Stacks Invader handle. So that's at Stacks Invader.
Not Stacks Invaders, by the way. That's the bootleg one. Do not follow that one.
Follow this one. This is the one. I promise you.
I always forget which one's the right one when I go to tag them too. I'm like, oh, it's got the same one.
The guy gave me the password to the Stacks Invaders one, but I think there was a challenge where the account was bonded to the email, so yeah, I couldn't get the code on time. So yeah, I'll try to speak to the guy. He's one of the OGs in the ecosystem.
Oh, so it's actually it's a fan site.
Oh yeah, it's a fan site. He is a Rubro, and is one of the guys from the Honey Badges, the Badges guy. So he made the Twitter account because he liked the Stacks Invaders. So he wasn't that active on the account. So yeah, I managed to reach out to him in the DMs, and he gave me the credentials. But yeah, the verification was the part that we got stuck in.
Big facts.
Very cool. So we're gonna actually give Orange is gonna show us how he's been doing his music production with Suna. We're gonna kind of run that segment. Oh, let's talk about why don't we go real quick before we segue into that? Well, I missed the Hermetica space yesterday, so I need you guys to I don't know the details here, so tell me what I need to know. Catch me up on this.
I too missed the Hermetica space, but I will read through this. Meet HBTC. The BTC yield product Bitcoin deserves. Bitcoin in and BTC out. Non-custodial, transparent, coming this winter. So HBTC earns from the best yield sources across DeFi, so basis, arbitrage, lending markets, staking, AMM liquidity, that is automated market maker liquidity, real world assets, and converts all profits back to BTC. So this is crazy. So multiple ways to earn yield. This is where the yield comes from, and then boom, straight back into HBTC. Earn up to 8% APY on your Bitcoin, exclusive to our wait list. Do not miss out. Subscribe now. So I will like and share this. Looks like the Zest protocol handle jumping in here saying another great BTC 5 product about to go live. HBTC is how we attract Bitcoiners to Stacks. So,
powered by Zester Medica.
Yes, dude.
Zester
Medica.
Zestamatica
deserves a meme and a mascot. Let's go, dude. But yeah, just wondered,
Run a bounty, bro.
run a bounty. I think that might be that might just have to happen. But yeah, Orange has been cooking a couple albums, which is dope. What genre are you working on right now, Orange? I know that you said you were doing a little bit of electronic music. You had metal music in there. Like, which one is this? You want to take a listen?
Hold on, real quick, before we segue into Orange's vibe music production. Let me just play a quick word from our sponsors, and we'll be back with vibe music with Orange. Stay tuned.
Let's go.
Why isn't that playing? It is time.
Let's cook.
No, it's not time. Game Master is traveling today. He'll be back tomorrow with some more episodes of Fine Turn. So what it is time for now is Orange is going to school us on his process on how he iterates music in Suno. We have unleashed a monster apparently.
Yeah, dude.
So maybe the next battle will be between Hana, the reigning champion, and the new contender Orange. We'll see.
How about we make GP and Orange, and then the winner takes on Peace, and then the winner there takes on Triana, the final boss. M Bison. We need to get GP cooking on that, bro. Yeah. So you and Orange.
Yeah, I'm better than you, so I don't have to battle anyone. You have to battle me.
Oh, the trash talk.
Wow.
And if you are watching and you want to play around with Suno and then get into these battles as well, like, you could go cook up your track and then drop the link somewhere or make a post, drop it under the DeOrganized broadcast. That way we can check out what you guys got going on. And maybe we have like a big old competition. So you can cook the
GP.
Fire baker.
You forgot about that reaction item that we want to do, and also I think you can show the artwork for it, so people can just comment with their songs, and then we can react to them.
That sounds like
that's gonna cook.
That's a great idea. We could use that as like the base image.
Yeah, on DeOrganized, and then people will comment with their songs, and then we can react to them. So yeah.
That's a great idea, dude. It's a great idea. We should definitely do that.
I dig it. I like it.
All right. Yeah, first of all, GP, you just asked about my albums. It's just in the beginning phases. So I make multiple genres, but not real albums as of yet, except for the metalcore one. So for the metalcore album, I'm, let's say, halfway through. Still need to do a lot of iterations, but it's coming. But also drum and bass, some hardstyle, some classical music perhaps. So I think there are a lot of possibilities, because the same thing you want to convey in one album can also be conveyed in another album through different music.
I love the way that you're approaching multiple genres with multiple albums. You can onboard different, like who cater to all of them, right? Just make music for everybody. For that, like I'm one of those guys that can listen to any type of genre and enjoy the music. But metal music, I thoroughly enjoy. It reminds me of my childhood, you know. So it is. It's just one of those things that speaks to me. I'm excited to hear, you know, what's do you have a specific focus for these? Like, is it stacks related music? Is it Bitcoin related music? Like Skullcoin related?
No, so for the albums, it's just personal story.
That's dope.
And it's not really like everyone else has their own story. But you can tell it in 1001 ways. If you go through a breakup, for example, you can say that in the first part of the album you start with everything is love and you're falling in love, or even before that you had nobody and that you want love. And through the album you can, at least that's my philosophy for it, is you can create a story from a beginning or pre-beginning and an end and everything in between, so you can really make it uh, something for you instead of for others. That's what I see a lot of these days, is that's being made for others instead of for being made for yourself.
I like the way that you put that, dude. I understand exactly what you're talking about whenever you're like creating for others versus creating for yourself. There's a different type of feel, different passion that goes behind it, right? And especially if you're, you know, self using, you know, music as your medium, as self expression. It's good therapy, man. They call it music therapy, and then now we have these tools to where you could go and draft up your own life story into an album, right? And it could be your playlist that helps you get through the day. So I like it. I like what you're doing.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, you mentioned that already, is that there are a lot of people who enjoy a lot of different music at the same time. And what we are seeing now in the music industry, or at least in the metal industry, is that different genres are being combined. So there is Sleep Token, for example, is one of the best examples of that.
Stick to me like caramel. Yeah, dude.
One of the best albums I've heard.
Dude, it's so good.
Yeah.
You know what's on oddly is that Mitchell from the Stacks Foundation actually turned me on to Sleep Token. It's not my preferred style of music, but I only actually listened to them because Mitchell recommended, when he was doing Melanie's show. We were producing Melanie's show a few months back, and he was on before or after he was talking about them. And so that was the only time I ever actually because I'm not in touch with. I hear they're pretty popular, by the way. My understanding is that
they're on memes. There's memes like people using their music and stuff like that specific line that I was singing. I just got put on to Sleep Token by Lolo, and like Lolo's friends. She introduced me to like this friend group. There's a bunch of big group of friends, and Nick. Big shout out to Nick. Nick put me on to Sleep Token. Him and his wife Brianna like Sleep Token, and it's dope. I have not been able to stop listening.
It's insane what they can create.
You should check out Demon.
A little bit of Dream
guys, if you love metal.
Ooh, Dream Theater. James Labrie, Mike Portnoy, John Petrucci, Jordan Rudess. Yes, dude, Dream Theater. Oh my gosh. Little did you know, they had an album before they got James Labrie as their singer called Liquid Tension Experiment. It's actually just them jamming. It's a progressive metal, so it's all the talent. That's a super group. Dream Theater is a super group, so it's crazy, but without a singer and just straight shredding. Check out Liquid Tension Experiment.
Yeah. So just getting back to Suno, I was just playing around yesterday, or no, today even. I had an idea because I saw a music video of the Warhammer 40k, a sort of chant So that's this one.
In the sacred tongue of the Omnissiah, we chant, Hail, Spirit of the Machine, Essence Divine. In your code and circuitry the stars align. By the Omnissiah's will we commune and bind. With sacred oils and chants your grace we find. Blessed be the gears, in perfect sync they turn. Blessed be the sparks, in holy fire they burn. Through rites arcane, your wisdom we discern. In your hallowed core, the sacred mysteries yearn.
So I came across this and I thought I need to make something like that.
Yes.
And the way I did was through Lords of Steel to make it an ancient, grim, dark music, blah, 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 blah. Just a vague description, but that covers a lot.
Yeah, that's like the intro to the album, right? That's sick. Like you play that at the like as a
Yeah.
very like, open.
Exactly. So
You say
for
3?
Sorry?
I think would you say 3? Hello.
Oh yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming through.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I sent the recommendations to the private chat that you should check out Demon Hunter, Skillet, Wolves at the Gate. Those are good rock bands. I listen to this. This is my favorite music.
Oh shit! I had no idea, dude. That's
Awesome.
sick.
I love them.
I love rock, and it takes me to that place, like that guitar. You saw that the battle with me and Peace. I added a little rock element because that's my favorite genre right there.
That's sick, dude. Now we can talk. We can talk shop. Let's go.
So, in first of all, the Lord of Steel, the thing is that I made a very long lyrics for it, just by making sure that I put this into the lyrics box, like right here. Let me get to there. So you go to Write View Music, and then you paste in here what you want the lyrics to be, and then it will generate it for you right off the bat. But I noticed that sometimes it's very long or very short. So for this one, it's very short. This one is a little bit longer, and it depends which model you're using. So the Remai is a bit shorter. Well, the Classics one is very long in my experience. So it always takes a bit longer. It generates a whole song. It's really insane that it's possible, but it's not what I was searching for in that moment. But my process is basically that: just paste it in, let it play, and what do you like, what don't you like, and from there on out you can take that bit and change the lyrics or change the style. So for this one, it's very more like more folklore vibes.
There you go, Orange.
Under blackened moons they march alone. The rusted thrones cry out in stone. Shadows crawl where the oil pools, this silent hymn of forgotten tunes. Lords of steel, they never kneel. Through ash and iron their fate is sealed. Bound to gears that grind and wail their hollow hearts.
So this is mainly song. There's really somebody or multiple people who are singing, and that was not the thing I was looking for, based on what I referred to in the first place of the Adeptus Mechanics chant. So eventually I made sure to. That's one thing I learned is that you can upload one of your songs or song bits, and it will also generate a whole style guide for it, what it is hearing, and how that should be implemented for others. So you copy this and you paste it in the style part here. But if it's too long, because you only have like 1,000 words or characters you can use, just use Chat GPT to instruct it to make it a bit shorter to fit it in 1,000 characters. Um, Also, I didn't want that long of a song, and eventually,
Orange,
well,
where do I upload my song to get that stylization prompt?
just paste it in, just drag and drop. So I can show you. 1 second. Do you see me hovering right now?
It just says drop here. I see.
Yeah.
Drop
So
here.
so I'm just hovering the song right now, and I'm
So
dropping it there.
you just grabbed it and dropped it into your like workspace.
Yeah, exactly. And then you can save it, or you can do whatever you want after uploading it. So you can cover it, you can extend it, or save it to your library. And it does that automatically for you to make this whole piece. That way you can really get what you are looking for.
Or it's more like sampling.
Yeah, exactly.
Will it actually? Can you have it actually use that specific bit in a new song, or will it? Is it not that's precise?
You can just use it as if you paste it here, you can use it for inspiration. So it will use the inspiration box, but you can also drag and drop it, and then you can mix it right away in that custom environment.
Oh, so audio, persona, inspiration, you can add those and it'll put stuff in.
Exactly.
You can put Rihanna's voice, and Rihanna will start singing in your lyrics. Like for example, I can send you like my voice, and then when you type in the style that's gonna come out, it's my voice.
So would I put
Ambient
your
style
would I
music,
put a clip for your voice in the persona? How does that work?
So you just
I can
have to
add MP3.
Yeah, so here you see that imitate a vocal or an instrument within the persona. You have to create a new persona based on a song you have created already. But if you have the stems of vocals of Triana, you can just use it in a song, and then if that's the one you are looking for, you can base it on that song. You can name it, avatar. You can do whatever you want with it, basically.
I see. Wow. All right.
So what I found is very interesting when you use a previous song you have made as inspiration. So if you take the song you just heard, I put it into this inspiration. I have changed the lyrics or the style. You also can, under advanced options, change the weirdness, the style influence, and the audio influence. And the audio influence is basically, I want it to sound more like the song I've used as an inspiration. The style influence is basically the style you've created yourself. And the weirdness is how unique or creative do you want it to get. What I found is that if you change the weirdness higher when using an inspirational song or song you use the inspiration from, it will turn out not the greatest. So always use 50% in my opinion. Even when you go lower, it sounds off in some kind of way. So when you create it, you have changed the things, and you can iterate and iterate and iterate. And somewhere along the way, I thought this is very interesting as a chant. Maybe I need to make it for Skullcoin, and that I did. So I changed the inspiration. I didn't change because it was still the chant of the Adeptus Magnus. The lyrics I did change. The style was still the same as per the uploaded version. But I wanted to make the audio influence really that it's the chant for Warhammer 40k. So if you combine those things, you get something like this.
I'm really liking that. I'm learning new things here as you explain.
Blessed be the finders of the digital world, the seekers of treasures, the gatherers of glory. By tech and by brain, by circuits and by chain, we unearth his relics beneath the dust of these worlds. Skull Lord, measure our worth in blood and coordinates. Each strike of the like, each scream of the retweet. A prayer, a tithe, a hymn to your endless search. We are the forever searchers. Yet we are exalted, bound by earth, freed through offering. Our veins pump oil and faith alike. The pulse of the surge is his heartbeat, the echo of the mouse his command. The ground yields treasure only to those who bleed. Glory to the Lord of Skulls. May the harvest never cease. May the treasures turn green forever.
Yo, I don't want the smoke. I don't want the smoke with orange, bro. Oh, I don't want the smoke.
It definitely feels like some Warhammer 4. Yes, it definitely feels Warhammer esque, dude. Sick.
Yeah. So it's not really a song for Skullcoin. It sounds more like an introduction.
It does.
So you can play with things and get inspiration from the songs you create yourself. So it was not my idea to create an introduction for Skullcoin, but eventually, iteration after iteration, things I liked, I didn't like, I came to a full song or a full part that can be included for everything you want.
It feels like some like I'm a digital like pirate. Like I'm out here like with the hunters. Like it's like and this is
It definitely had a little bit of a sea shanty esque meter to it, and then also obviously like the like the church vibes, the church vibes for sure.
So, for example, I have other workspaces. Like I'm currently working on Home Frequency. It's like the last song of the album I'm making right now. And I really like Starset. Starset just released an album called Silos, and that's the vibe they created and how the song is structured, how they are singing, how they're using instruments and vocals. It's a very interesting concept to me. And that's one thing I'm doing is basically using what I like from others, trying to incorporate that for myself. So for this one, just in ChatGPT, I mentioned create a cinematic or create a description, a style for this song or this album, and it spit out something like this, which I put into the style, and then it generates what I want to hear. Same goes for the lyrics. I'm going into the lyrics, write a full song, and just paste in. I want to hear X, Y, and Z. I want to hear this, that, and this. And then it generates something for you. on the liners of what you are trying to make the theme about. Let's see what it does. Yeah, you get a lot of text, and you can pick and choose if you don't have lyrics for yourself. So what I did here is the lyrics. I didn't know what I wanted to hear basically. Only what I wanted to have the title of the song be. And you just create two versions. So version 1 2.2 and version 1 1.2, and you just listen and you say, okay, I don't like this part, I don't like that part, but I do like this, that, and that. And then you combine it into a song further. But if you listen to this, you will hear it's very if you know the album of Starset, you recognize it immediately.
Shadows chasing, lost my breath. The world erasing, every mirror cracked, every piece replaced. But the hum was there in the quiet